G'day everybody, welcome to Zombie Bites Everything. Got some GDA today. Just got me mucking around. Let's go have a look. Let's get ourselves a nice decent outfit today. Ooh. It is time for Impotent Rage. Look at those cheeks. Look how lumpy those cheeks are. The cottage cheese arse he has. Let's have a look. See if we can do a spin. I'm waiting to get a couple of things for... there's a couple of games that I wanted to get this year. This month. And I'm just waiting to get them. That's why I've been doing a lot of GDA. Because I don't really have anything new to play. I do, but there's not anything I'm really... I should rephrase. I've got lots of new games, but nothing that really interests me to want to play right this second. I didn't get the car. I don't want the car. Oh, give me the money, give me the money, give me the money, give me the money. Yeah, boy. That's it. That's what I want. Oh yeah, I'll take the money over RP any day. $17,704. 17,704,000. The fuck did I just say? Anyway, it wasn't important because it didn't make fucking sense. Don't know how long they're in the game for. So lately, whenever I go to create mode and I start creating a map or something like that, and then I hop out of there and I go back to me to online, it keeps blue screening me. And last night, it fucking did it when I went to go online and said, "Oh yeah, we're about to go," and then it went blue screen. I was like, "Yeah." It's probably my internet device not liking that something. I don't know. Or it's the fucking game itself. But honestly, I don't know many people that actually play in the creative mode. Though, I don't know. I got no feedback from anybody. No, like, I don't know if anybody else has the same experience as me. Is it just me? It seems to happen more often than I want it to. impotent rage. Oi, dickhead. He did a whole run. I wasn't controlling him at all. He just did that on his own. And then away we go. Okay, let's see if we can get this dog all the way to Paleto Bay. Actually, let's just do something quickly. Who's a fluffy boy? Get across the road, get across the road. Don't get hit, 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 don't get hit. There we go. Hi, fellas. Dog in a big city. Ah, let's see where we can get him. It is very hard to keep an animal alive walking around in the city because there's always a chance someone might get too close to you and then start attacking you and kick you. Prison bitch. Break out before they break you in. Get across the road, get across the road, don't get hit. There we go. This is like the worst game of fucking Frogger ever, because you get one life. Wolf, Wolf, g'day LSB, how you going, mate? Yeah, Topeka's pissed off about how I play this game. She's like, you're such a dog in GTA. I'm just kidding. She doesn't think that about me at all. I'm sure she thinks nothing but cupcakes and rainbows. Dog simulation. Well, I turned into a dog and I was like, oh, cool. If it had turned me into a bird, I would have just flown around. But it turned me into the dog. And I was like, ah, let's see if I can get from one side all the way to the other in one life. So that's what I'm doing. I'm going to see if I can get... I'm going to see if I can get all the way to Paleto Bay, top end of the map. Who let the dog out? I have no idea what the best path will be. Come on, Wolfie. I wonder if there's like a limit. Like if there's a boundary limit on how far you can walk away as a dog character from when you spawned in as it. Or if there's a time limit for how long the actual peyote lasts. Because that's what I did. I ate the peyote plant and turned me into an animal. They're in the online at the moment. Honestly, I don't see too many people mucking around with the animals. Either they don't know about it, or they've done it all before and they think it's boring, or I don't know. Well, I don't see anybody mucking around with it. Not in the small community circle thing here that I'm attached to. Not all the people that I know play GTA and all that. I'm not seeing anybody of them mucking around doing the dog thing. Maybe they are, they're just not streaming it or putting videos up on it. That's a possibility as well. Most people aren't attention-seeking whores like me that like to put a video out and then kick people in the leg. Did you like the video? It was awesome, wasn't it? It's funny. No, I don't even do that. You know, Misty, you playing chicken with a dog? Yeah, I know, I should be playing chicken with a chicken, eh? It's fucking stupid. How you doing, Miss Tits? I'm in GTA here trying to run the gauntlet. Can I get to Paleto Bay as a dog? I'm a bunny dog, yeah, I'm a bunny dog. I'm a foopy, loopy, whoopy little bunny dog. It's not... It's so chunky you can carve it. Looks like that Scottish Terrier from the pedigree ads or whatever they were. Get across, get across, get across, don't get hit, don't get hit, don't get hit! And you can't go first person. Oh, we lost our dog. I've got to be careful too because a 4 can also hurt me. So I've got to be careful I don't get too high up on things to where I have to drop down. Because if I drop down from a certain height, it will kill me. You literally only have one life. What would be really good is being able to see if you can actually get the peyote plant, eat it, and then go from one place to another, but in a public server as the animal. Maybe next time I'll try that. I won't be able to try it this stream. Only because for some reason when I try to go from like online private to public, for some reason it keeps blue screening me. So I won't try it now. Next time if it's still available, if the peyote's still here later on, maybe I'll do another stream where I'll start in public. And we'll see if we can get the dog or bird or whatever animal. And we'll see if we can get from one side of the map to the other without anybody killing us. It's not going to happen. Me and Topeka started at the docks one day. We got from the docks, and we were going to go from the docks to Paleto Bay on foot, just walking, no running, no guns, no nothing. And I think we didn't even get to the city before someone killed us. It was almost impossible. Not saying it is impossible, just almost. Every now and then I am going to have to stop because I'm rapidly tapping my thumb here to keep running. It's fucking... Ow! Alright, let's get a little dangerous. It'll be that dog that sits on the side of the road barking at traffic. See if anyone swerves and hits us. Oh, I had to brake for a second. Fucking thumbs. My thumbs. My thumbs are sore. Haven't eaten properly the last few days. It's not helping. So how's everybody doing out there today? Everybody, this game, everybody having a good day today? Night, evening? Yeah, right out of speed. This game does have it all. I will say this. Toothache, you got any clove oil? I don't even know how bad your toothache is or what's the actual problem. I know clove oil sometimes helps. Yeah, I gotta go see a dentist soon. I got a tooth that's irritating me. My teeth are fucked. I got a couple that need to be pulled out over years of neglect. Yeah, they've gotten worse. I was actually speaking with a dentist the other day online, and I told him about how when the last time I went to the dentist gave me a couple of jabs in the jaw and that. They were extracting a tooth, and he fucking had to do a Y incision or a kind of Y cut across the molar, saying that that's because the way the roots go down, there's 3 roots, the way they go down, you cut it so then you can pull the pieces of molar out as 3 separate pieces, rather trying to pull it out with 3 roots, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, in pain, I was like, yeah, whatever, do what you need to do. And I wasn't going to be able to pay for a root canal, so I was just going to have it extracted. And medication fucks teeth up. Oh, okay. Filling came out, can't back... Ah, fuck. So 2 days before the anniversary of John Lennon's murder, you get to go to the dentist. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's right. 8th of December he was murdered on. I forget the year. Was it 80, 81? Something like that? Maybe, was it 79, 78? No, 78 was Elvis's death. Was he 81? I don't know, anyway. But yeah, and then I was like, the dentist started grinding in, cutting into my tooth, and I was like, ah! And he's like, can you feel that? I was like, yeah. So he gave me another jab and waited a minute, and he goes, alright, let's try again. He started in, I was like, ah! And he goes, you can feel that? I was like, yes. This dentist tried that about 4 times. And then afterwards said, well, your tooth's your gum's infected. The Novocaine's not going to, the medication's not going to take effect while you got an infection. And from that, I had to go home. I was put on antibiotics. I already had a part of my tooth that was hurting. I've got my tooth half cut into. I'm sent home. I got to go back a week later. I go back a week later. They put do the injections. It all numbs up. They take the tooth out, no problem. But I said to that dentist when I left, I was like, so anesthetic doesn't work when you got an infection, huh? And he's like, yeah. I was like, Yeah, that's why people think dentists are cunts. Because you fucking knew that. And you knew I had an infection in my fucking jaw. And you could have said, well, you have an infection. Rather than put you through pain, I'll give you some antibiotics, come back when the infection's gone. But no, you decided to cut through my tooth 4 times, jab me a shitload of times, and then tell me after that, oh yeah, it was never going to work because you got an infection. Which means you fucking knew from the beginning. And that's why most people hate dentists. And that dentist has looked at me, and I've never been to a dentist ever since. So that particular dentist doing that, and I know there's other people out there that are dentists and that would say, well, that was wrong with that dentist. He shouldn't have done that. You know, no shit, I know, but the thing is, I have to try and the trust of opening my mouth up and letting a stranger, and just remember that just because they're a dentist doesn't mean they're not a stranger. They're still a fucking stranger to me. But because of that one interaction, that dentist made it to where I'm paranoid about going to a dentist. Because you hear stories about dentists doing that sort of thing and being a bit psychotic and crazy and all that sort of stuff and loving putting people in pain, right? You hear stories like that, but then when you have a dentist do that, it confirms that story in your mind. And I can rationalise it and say to myself, well, not every single dentist is going to do that, I'm sure. But there's still that part of my brain that goes, yes, but you went through it. Do you want to take that risk again? You know, that was the most pain you'd ever been put in your whole entire life. And that person knew that that was going to be a potential hazard and still did it anyway. So I was like, yeah. He had an oath to do no harm. He took an oath, a Hippocratic oath to do no harm. And he deliberately did harm. Now he could argue, oh, well, it's your fault, your tooth was broken and that. It's like, yes. But when I walked in, I had no idea that the injections you were offering to put in my mouth, to numb my mouth, to fix my problem, I had no idea they don't work if you got an infection. And when your jaw's all swollen and you got an infection and it's clearly obvious you got an infection, I would have thought the medical person that knew better would have went, this isn't going to work, mate. I'm only going to put you in more pain. Oh, I wasn't worried about the needle. Yeah, they use that Bonjela shit, that numbing agency. It's got clove oil in it. That's why I asked if you had any clove oil. Because it's got clove oil in it, and that helps numb it. Exactly. It's very hard to find dentists and that you can trust, because it's a majority of us, when we go to a doctor, we don't just have a doctor say, all right, come in here, we'll just rip that out and do surgery on that right now and all that sort of stuff. Normally we don't have that sort of thing. So you get a chance to build up a bit more of a rapport with your doctor than you do with your dentist. And it does come across sometimes like dentists want to put you in pain because to teach you a lesson to look after your teeth. I don't know. I'm making jokes here. But yeah, so the other problem now here's a problem to any dentist out there. If you treat a patient like that, you might be going, taught that patient a lesson, but here's something else you're also doing. Alright? You might not think you are, but here's something else you're also doing. You're making the future dentist job a lot fucking harder. Not just because I might be paranoid now about dentists and be a bit more reluctant to go see one. So your business might fail because you're not getting the customer. But when I do finally come in to see you, there's going to be more work that needed to be done and your job's going to be made harder. Oh yeah, sure, you'll get paid for it and all that sort of stuff. But it will still be a really hard job and be made harder. You'll have more risks that you need to worry about now as the dentist. And that'll all be caused by, not solely caused by, but if there are bad dentists out there that mistreat their patients and treat their patients like they're idiots and, you know, go, oh, well, it's just a little bit of pain, suck it up, princess, do that sort of attitude with bad bedside manner, that trickles down to the actual rest of the doctors and dentists and that out there. Yeah, I have a fear of needles. I don't like needles. Well, not a fear of needles. I just don't like them. I'll sit there and get them. It's not the pain or anything like that. I don't care about the pain. The pain's not the problem. Just I don't like needles. I don't like things stabbing into my body. If I get a tattoo, that's a different story. But I don't like things stabbing into my body. Period. That's why I'm not down for anal sex, because I don't want things stabbing in my body. What? Too much? I don't know if I'm supposed to go this way, but we'll go this way. It would have been really good if they had the peyote in here at the same time as the possessed animals, because we would have been able to try and see if we can get a possessed animal to fight with a peyote animal. Yeah. Yeah, I'm the same. I'm the same. Most of my teeth though, like I said, neglect. It's not that I didn't brush my teeth or floss or rinse my mouth out after eating sugary drinks or anything like that. It's got nothing to do with any of that sort of stuff. My younger years, probably till about the time I met Topeka, and it all slowed down from there. Before I met Topeka, I was always brawling. I was always fighting, getting into fights and that. You know? And whether I win or lose, there's always you always take a couple of shots to the jaw every now and then. You keep your teeth clenched and that so you don't get your jaw broken. You want to break someone's jaw real easily, right? Just smack them when they're in the middle of talking. Punch them in the jaw while they're in the middle of talking. You'll have a better chance of breaking their jaw. But I used to keep my teeth clenched. But every now and then, you know, you'd cop a whack and you'd get another one and your teeth would slightly open a little bit and then clack together because your jaw just clacked and just cracked some teeth. So over the years they got cracked and that in places that I didn't know. And then, now, you know, you get older. As I got older, it was a case of, do I worry about my teeth or do I worry about my kids' teeth? And while we do have free medical here in Australia, getting your teeth fixed is not necessarily covered. I mean, if you got emergency extractions and stuff like that, yes, they will be covered. But, you know, if you're just trying to get like a scar and clean or something like that, it's not free. If you're just going in for a checkup, yeah, it's not really free. You have to pay for it. Which is fine, because I believe that, you know, doctors and dentists, the whole lot, medical staff, I really believe they should only be used for emergencies. They shouldn't be just I don't want to go catch up with my doctor or my dentist or anything like that, you know what I mean? It's like, no, I want to see you when I need to see you. I don't want to see you I don't want to see you for a checkup. Hey, Mr. Zombie there, giving your age and that, you mind dropping your pants and bending over slightly a little bit? Just relax there, mate. No. Yeah, alright. You know what? Next time your doctor says, alright, you know, drop your pants and raise your leg up and brace yourself and all that sort of stuff, you just go, alright, but next time when I walk in the room, mate, you're the one doing, it's your turn first. See what their look on their face is. Pretty much. Pretty much. But my teeth didn't really start going downhill until the last... I'd say the last 5 years my teeth really went downhill. I'm in a new area, the water here. I don't think we got fluoride in the water. We had fluoride in the city when I was living out in the city. Fluoride helps. I know people are like, oh, they're putting fluoride in the water and shit like that. It's like, okay. But it helps strengthen teeth. It helps with the teeth and it helps with other things and that as well. Oh, but it's bad. It's like, yeah, fluoride in high doses is bad. Yeah, we know that. But that's high doses. But yeah, no, so as soon as I moved to an area where we don't have the fluoride in the water, or at least I've been told this area doesn't have fluoride in the water. I really don't know. It's not like I go to the water company and do regular tests on the water. I wouldn't have a clue. Maybe they do. I don't know. But since I moved to this area, my teeth went just dramatically changed. And I think it's probably they probably didn't dramatically change. It was probably just that they got to that point where it's like, all right, we're now at the... You know, a building can lean over for so long and then all of a sudden it'll suddenly collapse. No, it didn't suddenly collapse. It was doing it the whole time slowly. It just got to that point where it couldn't handle it anymore and just went duh and gave out. I think that's where my teeth are at now. This has been damaged for so long and... Oh! Jesus Christ! Nearly got hit! Jesus! We've nearly gotten this doggy all the way out to Paleto Bay. We're just going to get around this mountain here. I honestly cannot believe... I'm not able to go get that plane. Yeah, took our dog into the... a couple of years back when we had our dog. Took him into the vet and put him on the bench because he was a little Jack Russell. So she's like, oh, let's check his temperature first. And she put a liver treat down on the bench and he leaned down and he ate it. And then she put another one down and he's like, oh, this is nice. And then he ate it. And then she put another one down. And as he leaned down and ate it, she lifted up his tail. I went, whoop. And the dog just sort of looked up and looked at me and was like, did that just... Did it? Rape! 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 He was... I swear, if I was leaving the house with him, he always looked at me with that, like, where exactly are we going? No, and his tail would be down between his legs. Where are we going? Just to the park, mate. And his tail would start to rise up. And he'll give you that look. Are you sure? Yes, mate, we're just going to the park. See, here's your ball. Alright, you never take that when we go to the vets. Let's go to the... We're at the fucking vets again! You prick! You lied to me with tennis balls! That's pretty much how it went. I gotta stop. My thumb's fucking cramping. If I walk normal, this is how fast a dog walks. That's why I've been sprinting. I didn't want to do this for 2 hours. Ah, fuck me. I've already been 37 minutes into this. Well, we'll say about 35. It took me about 2 minutes to get to it. Or maybe about 30 minutes. Alright, I gotta pull up here for a second. Oh, my tums are hurting me. Jeez. Looking at that dog's eyes. Can't believe how much of this map I've covered already. Oh, just talking about dentist and... You know what's funny? If you ask people what sound the frog makes, if they go ribbit, while they are technically right, that is the sound a frog makes, but it is not the sound that frogs make. Frogs themselves, unless if there was only one species of frog and it was a, I forget the technical name, but it's the frog that lives out in the California hills. If it's that frog, then, and that was the only species of frogs, then technically all frogs go ribbit. But that's the only frog out of all the different species of frog around the world. That's the only frog that goes ribbit. But because it's been used in so many, because so many things were filmed out in California hills, and a lot of sound foley guys went out there to get native sounds and that, they got those sounds of the frogs. That sound effects of the frog going ribbit, ribbit has been put in every single thing out of Hollywood. It's the standard frog sound you get when you look up frog sound effects. So people will automatically think that ribbit, ribbit is what a frog makes. But it's not. Just one frog. One species of frog. There might be subspecies of that genus, but yeah, just that frog. So far, that sound has not been found anywhere else in the world. Why do I bring it up? Because those frogs I could hear back there. It wasn't a traditional frog sound, even though we're in Los Angeles, or basically a Los Angeles type. That wasn't the standard croaking, ribbity sound of that California hilltop frog or whatever the fuck it's called. That hilltop frog, if he was in a rap band, he'd call himself Hilltop Hip Hop. Yeah, that works. Yep, don't go that way. I'll go all the way down there and get stuck. Don't go in the middle of the road, you idiot. We're almost there. Once we get there, you can run out in traffic and play. I'm too sexy for my fur, too sexy for my fur, too sexy it hurts. I'm a model, you know what I mean, and I shake my little tushy on the dog walk. Yeah, on the dog walk. Yes, on the dog walk. Yes, I shake my little tushy on the dog walk. Uh-oh. I'm a model dog. I've got to get to the agency. Got to do a dog-a-log shoot. It's like a catalogue, but a dog-a-log. Just I'm going to meet up with a bunch of cats to have a fucking big mass orgy. Just want to know one question. Can dogs get feline AIDS? This dog's a freak. It won't let me sprint. For some reason, it won't let me sprint. Maybe because it's in this tunnel. I should have went around the outside. When you're walking and travelling in any direction, people, okay, travel on the side of the road that has oncoming traffic when you're on foot. Alright? Travel to the side of the road, but on the side of the road that has the traffic coming towards you. Providing that's the direction you need to go. I had two choices. I could have stuck with the lane. See, I'm not a car. It's stupid when you see people walking with the traffic coming from behind. It's like, you're an idiot. Walk forward, you fucking moron. Look at the traffic coming towards you. Don't look at traffic passing you by. Now, some people might be like, why would I walk towards incoming traffic? That's stupid. No, you don't walk in the middle of the fucking road, idiot. You walk on the side of the road. But if something goes out of control from one of those cars coming towards you, you see it. If something happens behind you, you don't see it. And 9 times out of 10, when anyone looks over their shoulder, you're not continuing to walk a straight line. You'll walk a straight line, and as soon as you put your head to look over your left shoulder, you'll start turning left. As soon as you put your head over your right shoulder, you'll start turning right. Even just by a little bit, it won't be by much, but you could actually walk yourself into traffic. And if you don't have to look over your shoulder every 5 seconds, that's way better. You can just continue walking. Oh, and if any officer pulls you over and goes, why are you walking on this side of the road then? Because then I see traffic coming towards me, dipshit. As opposed to coming behind me. Then I don't have to worry about keep looking over my fucking shoulder, idiot. Yeah, that's what we got taught here too. We're the same sort of thing here. It was, you know, road safety rules. Fucking look left, look twice, look left again. Fucking... the whole, if you're walking along the side of the road, take the side, if there's no footpath, take the side of the road that actually has the oncoming traffic if you can. So then you see the traffic coming. Because the other traffic has to cross a lane to be in danger of you. So, but if you're in the same lane and it's coming behind you, they can hit you just as easy because you're a thing. But if you're walking towards them, the chances are those people see you, you see them. It just makes it a lot easier. And when someone's coming from behind you, they're the only ones that see you. You have to look behind you all the time. And if you're walking along a road and you're not, you know, you keep looking over your shoulder because you're on the side of the road with the same flow of traffic, and you keep looking over your shoulder, you might end up becoming complacent and go, oh, I've looked over my shoulder 15 times, just the sound of cars, and then ignore it. But if you're looking forward, you can't ignore it. It's right there in front of you. Now, this does not change how your reaction times are and all that sort of stuff, but it's considered safer. Oh, there's no way I would have been able to do this journey alone if I was on the other side, where, you know, I'd have to stop before looking to see if I crossed the road. See, I can cross a road in front of me at least halfway because I know the traffic in front of me is fine. So it's just simpler. We're almost there. Almost at our location. But you see, you know why they taught us that in the school though, Misty? Number one, we grew up and went to school that era where there was fucking, you know, that was a thing that was taught. Or, you know, they had those sort of programs in school about bike safety on the road and safety on the road and all that sort of stuff. And we're a Commonwealth country, so pretty much what you guys learn is what we guys learn. Unless the country actually goes, well, we want to change certain things in the curriculum. But for the most part, most programs that are available in the UK, yeah, they're available in every other Commonwealth country. Most. That's kind of why I like the idea of being connected to a Commonwealth country. Like when people in Australia, they have the referendum every now and then, or whether we should vote to get rid of the Queen. Number one, I don't understand how that actually works. It'd be king now, obviously. I don't know how that actually works. It's like, well, if you're the ruler or proprietor of a country, or whatever, and people can just go, it's not yours no more. It's like, does that work? Is that how it works? And why can't countries be connected? What's wrong with people worrying about countries being connected? I don't know. You see how maths became complicated? Yeah, yeah, it was like, alright, let's do some maths. Okay, take out your algebra books. Okay, so X is what? What? It's a letter. What's it doing in a numbers section? No, X is for... No, it's a letter. If you want me to do English, I'll bring out the English book. This is math class, dickhead. Yeah, no, I didn't... Well... My schooling is spotty. My schooling is very spotty. Apart from reading and spelling, I really struggled with them. I did fair in maths. I'm fair in maths. Like, I'm not smart enough to be able to calculate all the numbers in my head. I am one of those people that, yeah, give me a pen and paper and I'll work it out. And then if it gets too hard of math, trigonometry, fucking algebra, all that sort of stuff, they get a little bit trickier for me, and it's not that I can't do it, it's just I need a little bit more time to be able to do it, if that makes sense. And I'm never confident. I'm never confident with my answer. I'm always like, is that right? No. And I'm second guessing my answer, because I'm just not strong in those ones. I'm never confident when it comes to reading or spelling, because I know I'm not that good at that. I'm a lot better than I used to be. I'm a lot better than I used to be. Like, I can read and I can see a word and I can know it's not wrong, but I won't be able to tell you how to fix it. If that makes sense? Like, you can there'll be certain words that I'll look at and I'll go, that's not right. And then people will go, oh, how's it wrong? It's like, I don't know how it's wrong though. I can't tell you how it's wrong. I just tell you it doesn't look right. That's they put that down to like dyslexia, I think. But I struggle with reading because there are certain colours. I'm not colourblind, but there are certain colours. If you write certain colours and put certain colours on stuff, like certain fonts at certain sizes on white paper, I can't read. But if you take that same font, same size, and put it on green paper, I can read it. I can see everything clear. Not clear, because I do have fucked vision, but I can bring it close enough to my face, or to be able to go, oh, I can make that out. You know? So I'm not colourblind. I'm just my eyesight heightens on certain things, and then certain things it's totally blind to. For the most part, my eyesight's really fucked now. I sort of look at everything sort of side on, because my left eye is way better than my right eye. I'm blind in my right eye. Me left eye is way better, but it's starting to deteriorate. It's been straining and doing the work of two eyes for the last 40 odd years. So I mean, like I said, I did fair in maths. I can add numbers together. I know how to add numbers together. I know how to take numbers away. I know how to times numbers. Right? And I've never understood timesing, if I'm being honest. I've never understood, you know, times tables. Now, I want to be clear when I say this. I'm not saying that I don't understand how to do multiplications. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that adding addition and multiplications is the same fucking thing. That's what I'm saying. And I know it's like, no, one is you add two numbers together, and the other is you add multiple numbers together. Well, that's the same thing, isn't it? It's the exact same thing. Right? It's like, what's 2 2s? 2 times 2. Well, that's just 2 plus 2, isn't it? 2 times 2 is 2 plus 2. 3 times 2 is 2 plus 2 plus 2. There we are. We made it all the way to Paleto Bay. Here we go. Alright. Let's just stand in the middle of the road and accept our fate. Let's see who runs us over. So sometimes I'd go 2 plus 2 plus 2, that's 6. And my teacher go, no, that's not correct. You do it like this, 2 times 2, and then write it up. It's like, but I got 6. You said 3 times 2 is 6. I went 2 plus 2 plus 2. It's still 6. That's 3 2s. Yes, but you didn't have to do that. You could have done it this way. It's like, what does it fucking matter if I get the same answer? Oh, yes, you caught the fish, but you didn't show your work. Throw it back. You know, that type of attitude. Everybody that's a teacher out there, alright? As soon as a kid finds a different way to be able to solve the same problem, as soon as you tell them they're wrong, you just fucked up the future, you fucking moron. They get the same answer that you fucking wanted them to get, but they didn't do it the way you wanted them to do it. Don't tell them they're wrong. Tell them they're smart because they found another way. But if you want to stifle the fucking future of innovative and creative thinking people, by all means, shut them down when they're a child. Shut them down while they're a child. Tell them that the way they figured it out is wrong, and it'll go really good towards fucking up the future. It's the reason why the fucking future is the way it is right now. The reason why the world is right now is because we spent so much time suppressing people and telling people they're wrong and all that sort of stuff, instead of just trying certain things and having a look to see if these guys' ideas might actually work. Dog on rampage. I've been waiting to attack people because I didn't want to get shot by cops or anything. Little terrier's gonna get ya. I'm gonna get ya. He actually tried to hurt me. So if a land animal goes in the water, or a water animal goes on the land, that'll end the great. Oh, she's still running over there. So yes, to all the teachers out there, when you mark the kid down as incorrect because they didn't solve the problem the way you wanted them to solve the problem, you actually are lying to the child and to the child's parents and also to the education department, because you document it as they failed the math course or whatever, and yet they just found it a different way to be able to do it, which means they understand how numbers work. They just see it differently, and if they get the same thing, you can't say they don't know how to do it. They just don't know how to articulate it the way you did it. That doesn't mean they don't understand numbers. One of these guys has got to kill me. Haven't gotten any cops after me yet. Oh, there we go. Oh, it's an ambulance. Can I walk under your car? Alright, let's get up here. Wait. Swear that guy tried to swerve for me. Well, I'm a psycho dog. All right. Let's go this way. So now I'm being a bit more reckless because I got where I needed to go. Now I don't care if my character dies or not, so see if we can run across traffic and go. Ah! Get up, doggy. Oh! We just got flattened. Oh yeah. I was classed as a bad student depending on which school I was in. The worst schools. Now I've been to nearly close to 30 schools in my childhood. Close to 30 schools around Australia. So I feel like I have the ability to be able to say this. And I can use an actual fucking statistic from my own life. Every single school I went to where religion was the top priority, worst fucking schools ever. They are the worst. They teach bullshit. They fucking always try to make it that any kid's problems aren't really their own faults. You know, it's some other fucking reason, like a demon or the devil or some fucking shit like that. They're the worst fucking schools and do the most fucking damage and breed the most stupidest of fucking students. The most unintelligent fucking students that have a lukewarm fucking IQ at best. Now, the smartest kids generally come from public schools. Believe it or not. The smartest, intelligent kids generally come from public schools. Now, I know that there are a lot of highly educated people that went to universities and all that sort of stuff out there. But intelligence isn't just measured by the ability to memorize something and regurgitate it onto a piece of paper. That's not intelligence. Intelligence is being able to actually do stuff with the information that you understand. And I know a lot of people that are not considered intelligent on paper, but you give them a real world problem and they're able to fix it. And when you look at the ways they fix that problem, it's not anything you would have picked up on in school. And, you know, you had to be able to use what you know and be creative and innovative enough to be able to come up with that solution. And that's part of education. And if you aren't innovative enough to be able to utilise what you've learned, then even if it says you're educated on paper, you're not intelligent. You know stuff. Like me, I'm not intelligent. I know stuff, but I'm not intelligent because I don't know what to do with any of the knowledge I have. I don't know how to use it. I don't know how to put it to good use. So I don't consider myself to be intelligent at all. This is just a personal belief. This is not a statistical thingy about intelligence. This is just a personal belief on the matter of the subject of the matter, whatever. I'll leave footprints where I walk. That's funny. Alright, we'll try doing the run across the road again. There's some people over there. If we can get over there without getting hit by a car, well, I might know those people. Someone just went live on Twitch. Who is it? Come on, there's a chance you're going to get hit by a car. Chance you're going to get hit by a car. I want to see it. I want to see it. Here comes the cops. Here comes the cops. No, it was an ambulance. Bite you in the butt. Bit him in the butt. A lot of teachers actually homeschool their students, homeschool their own kids, or have their kids tutored outside of school because they know. They know. There we go. Wanted to end that. Now, I'm not trying to take a dig at the education department or, you know, teachers in general or anything like that. Just, if you're a teacher out there and a kid can't show his work, don't automatically label him as dumb, him or her as dumb. Don't put it in the report that they, you know, didn't do it the way you wanted it to do, therefore they don't know how to get the same answer. Don't do that. If you think it doesn't do anything, it does. Don't extinguish that passion to learn because you didn't get it the answer the way you wanted it to be delivered. You know. And the guy that created fucking IKEA, he never went to school, formal or secondary. He had no school at all. Plenty of innovative people that have done things for the world and done things in the world and become successful didn't actually have formal or secondary education. The I don't know. And here's the thing, I may know what some issues are or may have some opinions about what I feel some issues might be in society. But it should also be noted, I in no way have any idea how to fix it. So while I might have opinions, I in no way know how to fix it. All I could do is possibly suggest to parents out there, grandparents, uncles, aunties, anything like that, any kids around you in your life or anything like that, just remind them that, you know, it's okay. It's okay. That's not the end of the world. You know, you got the same answer, it's okay. Don't worry about it. See, you know, encourage them to find other ways to solve the same solution. Oh, by the way, teachers, right? Consider this. This is how stupid you guys are when you do that sort of shit. You do realise that Einstein's theory of relativity was invented because he looked at maths in a different way. Alright? Oh yeah, all that fucking science shit that we have now that's been helped out because of Einstein's theories and all that sort of stuff and equations and those things we've discovered now because of that. That was all because someone decided to think outside the box and go, no, there has to be a different thing. Alright? That was developed through that. And don't be proud of yourself because you gave kids A's. Most of those kids are going to be unemployed. Your education that you gave them and your certificates, those A's, they are not guaranteed. They are not a guarantee for success. Now, when a child becomes an adult, yes, to all the teachers out there, how they choose to live their life has got nothing to do with you. It's not your responsibility. This is true. But if you played any part in their education, then how they understand certain things is on you. If that's how you told them to understand it. I was asked one time whether I believe, a viewer was talking to me and they said to me about how where they were, the school was trying to teach about the LGBTQ community or plus community. Now, while it doesn't seem like, and he asked me, how would you feel if the school started teaching your kids about that? To which I was like, I don't care. Why would I care? What is your problem about teaching children about how the world works and how there are different types of people in the world? Where's the issue there? It's not like they're going, all right, today we're going to be teaching about homosexuality. We've brought in a couple of gay guys and we'd like the students to pick their one that they'd like and go and suck him off. That's not what they're teaching your kids. Alright? They're just teaching that sometimes people love each other and they might be the same sex. That's it. That's it. That's all they're teaching. They're teaching that there are people out there that love people and they don't care about it being a normal. You know, that's it. That's it. It's nothing else. And it's like it was kind of hinted at me that I might be a bad parent if I don't jump up and down about it. It's like, no, I don't care. Education is education. Learning about something is education. Intelligence is being able to adapt that information into something useful. You know. So learning about something isn't going to make my kid dumb. It isn't going to make my kid smart. It's just letting them know that that's just something that happens in society. The political opinions and the personal opinions people have about that subject matter is not the subject of the education. It's just that happens in society. Okay, now go away. When you get older, you can vote the way you want to vote. If you believe that's okay, vote yes. And if you believe that's not okay, vote no. You vote your way you want to vote. Personally, myself, I don't support I actually don't support the LGBTQ Foundation. I support people. I support human beings. If those human beings happen to be, if the human beings happen to be gay or lesbian or anything in between on that spectrum, then I support them. I don't support the community, the community as a whole though. I don't support LGBTQ+. But I also don't support religion, I don't support politics, I don't support any organisation that is beyond ridicule. If you have an organisation, you say you can't make fun of us, I don't support you. Because I believe that if you allow for an organisation of any kind to be beyond ridicule, beyond question, then that's where corruption breeds. That's why I don't support, that's why, you know, I make fun of a lot of things like politics and religion and stuff like that, because I don't support them. I definitely make fun of a lot. I make a lot of jokes about Trump and a lot of jokes about the people that support Trump. But that's only because they act like it, then you're not allowed to make a joke about him. And when they say you can't make a joke about him and you're not allowed to make a joke about the subject, then they've fallen into that trap of this is an organisation that can't be ridiculed. Why not? Why can't it be? It can be. Every single thing can be made fun of. Whether you should or shouldn't, that's a different story. But I'm not judging any of the people outside of it. I don't. If they support Trump, that's fine. I don't care even if they support Trump. I've got plenty of people that I watch and follow that support Trump. You know, can have conversations and all that sort of stuff, and intelligent, what seem like intelligent conversations too. Not every single person that supports Trump is one of these fruitcakes screaming into a camera saying, you know, JFK's coming back and Michael Jackson isn't dead and Biden is really Jim Carrey in a fucking suit. Not every single fucking Republican and person that follows Trump is saying that. A lot of them are going, yeah, those people that are saying that are just idiots. But it's like, muff divers, shake my head. You know, so at the end of the day, people can support whatever they want to support. It's like, and it's the same with the education system too. If that's why I'm bringing this up. I'm not bringing it up because I want to get into a political debate or anything. But it's the same sort of thing. You can only go off the information you know. I know how numbers work in certain situations, so I'm able to do certain particular parts of math. But then there are other things that I'm not sure of, so therefore I don't know. Well, it's easy, you see. It's easy for me. I can support every single thing out there or nothing out there, and it's so easy for me to go, do I have to do anything? Like, in Australia they had the thingy about whether to let gays and lesbians get married, and I was just like, oh, why? And when this happened, this was like a few years ago, and I was just like, why are we still talking about this subject? Why is this even a thing? Not in the negative sense, not in a positive sense, just couldn't understand why we hadn't got past this over a society and go, it doesn't matter. If someone wants to live with someone and do something with someone, what does it matter to you? That's the thing I don't get. Like when people go, I want to stop these two people. Why? What are they doing? Are they going to hurt people? No. Okay, so what's the thing that you're trying to stop them from doing? They want to do things privately to each other, consensually, in their own home. Then I'm like, then what's the problem? I don't have an issue with that. Now, if it was reversed and they said, I don't want gays and lesbians getting married. Why is that? Because if we say yes to them getting married, we actually have to bend over and let them fuck us in the ass. Well, no, I don't know. If that's the rule, then no, I'm not. I'm not into that. I'm not. That's not the rule. No one's saying you have to do what anybody else does. No one is saying if you support it, therefore you have to live the lifestyle or whatever. No one is saying that. So it makes no difference to anybody whether people that are consenting adults that aren't asking you to, or maybe that's what it is. Maybe the people, that's what I believe. I believe all the people that said no to that sort of referendum were just jealous no one asked them. All the guys out there that went, I don't believe in homosexuals getting married. It's like, yeah, you're just jealous no one asked you. You're just jealous no one ever said, I wouldn't mind seeing your dick. You're just jealous no one wanted to stare into your butthole. That's it. That's it. I've been hit on by girls and guys, so as far as I'm concerned, I'm good. But no, I don't. It doesn't make no sense to me. Like, it doesn't worry me one bit. So when the person asked me if I believed that sort of conversation should be taught in school, I couldn't see the problem with it. You know, I didn't understand, and maybe that's just me. Maybe I don't have the information that person had that made them feel the way they did, but I could not understand where they were coming from when they were saying it shouldn't be taught in schools. I was like, why? What's the big deal? But teaching my kids about lesbians and homosexuals, well, they weren't quite the words they used, but it's like, Yeah, but what's the big deal? There's no big deal in that. No, you're right. Take it easy, Misty. My thoughts on most subjects, when it comes to should we do this or shouldn't we do this, if it's a political vote or something like that, generally it all falls down to what am I obligated to do, what's going to change, and is it going to hurt anyone? And those, most of the time, those things, those answers are, I don't have to do anything, it's not going to affect anybody, and it's going to hurt no one. That's normally what the answers are. Because I've never been hurt. I've never... Gay people are allowed to get married in Australia. It has not affected me one bit. But there were people out there that were like acting like it was really affecting them. And I was like, how's it affecting you? It's got nothing to do with you. What do I care? I'm already... Number one, I'm married. I don't give a shit about anybody else. Here's the thing. I don't even give a shit about heterosexual weddings. I don't care about them either. I think all marriage is bullshit. Me and Topeka got married after so many years of being together. We already had our kids. We've been together for 28 years, but we haven't been married that 28 years. We were together 13 years before we got married. We only did it because it just made it easier for legal paperwork. That's it. It didn't change. Getting married didn't actually change our life in any way. You know, that's just a fact. But I believe everybody has the right to be happy, which is a conundrum because I believe that homosexual people have the right to be happy, whether they like women, men, whatever they like. Not my place to judge. I'm not judging them anyway. It's like, that's not something I could judge anybody on. I'm not going to judge somebody on who they love. That's stupid. Why would I do that? Like I said, what do I got to do? Nothing? Alright, then what's it got to do with me? So I not 100% agree on the idea of marriage anyway, but that's only because I just don't believe that people need to document their love. But I understand why the LGBT community want to be able to get married too, because if everybody else is allowed to do it, then they should be able to as well. It's just only fair. Now, to all the people that think that, yes, but if you allow them to get married, then next they'll be marrying animals. Well, there's still 2 states in America that can allow a man to marry a horse. And if what Goog said in my chat the other week was true, he can legally marry you to a goat. So apparently that shit's been happening way before the gay marriage. So what was the excuse for that shit? And that's why, you know, Googs, if Googs was a Republican, he'd vote for gay marriage, because you can't say you'll marry a man to a goat, but a man can't marry another man. I know, right, Googs, if you're out there. That's why, you know, Googs has no problem with homosexual people at all. It'd be impossible. It'd be impossible for him to have an issue with it. He can marry a man to a goat. Now, I'm only joking here. I don't know whether Googs can actually really marry a man to a goat. It was something he said in my chat. I think he might have been joking. Then again, he might have been serious. I don't know. But yeah, there's still 2 states in America. I can't remember what the states are. I might look into it. For all I know, the law's changed now. But once upon a time, there was 2 states in America that would allow you to marry a horse. I don't know why anyone would marry a horse. Maybe for the girth. But if people are properly educated and stuff like that, these issues wouldn't be issues that people fight and argue over and shit like that. That's why I just make jokes about everything. No one really gives a shit about what anybody else has to say about any of the subjects anyway. Everybody walks into every single one of these sort of subjects and, you know, they've already walked in with their minds made up. Very rarely is anybody actually walking into any situation with a open mind. It's almost impossible to find people with real open minds anymore. And I'm that way. I don't mean open mind. I mean, there's a lot of times I've already got the information that I've got, and someone will tell me something, and I've already made my mind up that I don't agree with it because it doesn't match the information I have. And they haven't, at that moment, convinced me that the information they have is any better than the information I have. That's all. And I always am a little bit more closed-minded, of course, when a person isn't prepared to offer any evidence to support their argument. Then, you know, of course, yeah. But I don't actually have any real evidence behind me to back me up on anything I say either, so I don't have a problem if people disbelieve me or don't agree with me or come across as closed mind, because I understand, well, you got your information, I got mine. Lurking a bit while I get stuff done today. GG, aloha from work. G'day, Infinite Phoenix. How you going, man? What's the weather like where you're at the moment? It is almost 1 o'clock in the morning, Wednesday morning for me. It is still 26 degrees Celsius. It is nice and freaking hot. I'm also doing all these races. I don't know if anybody's noticed, but I'm doing all these races with a complete clean screen. There's no map. There's nothing on the screen. How's work treating you today, Lennox? Having a good day at work, is it? Just got to grab a drink quickly. Be right back. I am back. I know one thing. I was in a chat the other day, and I'm going to mention this. Normally I don't really mention this sort of stuff. I try to stick away from these conversations unless I'm making a joke. But I was in a chat the other day, and people were talking about things happening in the world. I come in, g'day, how are you going? And they're like, hello. And then the host said, oh yeah, zombies from Australia. Well, actually, the host was like, zombies from the UK. It's like, no, Australia. And they're like, yep, sorry, zombies from the Australia. And then they were talking about what they were talking about. And they were saying, oh, it's also happening where you are too. And it's like, okay, a little bit of advice for everybody. Alright? I'm not saying what's... In any time I've spoken about anything that's been borderline political, I have never said to people, that's what's happening in your country now. The reason being is because, realistically, I speak to lots of people from... these people are from America. I speak to lots of people from America. Most of them have... a couple of them go on about the issues, shall we put it. And then... it's like... And then most of the people I know that are American don't. Now, maybe they don't bring it up because they don't want to talk about the subject. That's fine. That's fine. Even better. Really, it is. But I don't have that thingy. I'm on the mindset I don't think the government's bad. I think there are factions in the government that are bad. I don't think the idea of government is bad itself. I don't think it's always implemented right. I don't believe that the money's always put where it needs to be. But it doesn't mean I believe the government is inherently bad. Maybe not inherently, but, you know, I don't believe it's an overall bad thing. But what I can say is, if you're listening to anybody saying there's, you know, shit's going down in Australia and all that sort of stuff, well, allow me, who's lived in Australia my whole life, except for a small portion of time as a child when I lived in New Zealand, allow me, as a person who lives in Australia, who's an Australian citizen, to say all those channels talking about bullshit happening in Australia, that's exactly the same sort of stuff that's happening in America. It's not. Okay? It is not. All those problems that everybody's talking about that are happening in America, no, that's America's issues, okay? That's not Australia's. It's not happening in every other country. These people were like, you know, it's communism in America. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then they said, you know, it's socialism. And it's like, hang on a second, is it communism or socialism? Make your mind up. They also pointed out that it's happening everywhere. I said I had to, me grandson had to be flown from one hospital to another hospital by emergency medevac. Alright? And it cost us nothing. It was completely free. And it's like, well, that's a socialism. It's like, why are you so... It's like, hang on a second. How can someone be so against free healthcare? How can you... Okay, so I didn't mention it because I knew that they weren't interested. They weren't interested in hearing an actual opinion. But I'll say it on my channel where I can actually voice it properly. How can you be, if you're mad at where if you're mad at spending taxes, and you're mad at insurance, hello? If your taxes are spent properly on medical, then you don't have to worry about fucking insurance, you idiot. Use your fucking head. You can't sit there and complain about, I have to pay taxes and then I have to pay this, and it's socialism that wants free healthcare. No, it's people want the tax money to be spent on the people. It's what you're paying your taxes for, you knobs. Idiots. Now, I don't think the people are actually idiots or anything like that. The people that I was speaking to, I'm not saying they're idiots or anything like that. Please don't walk away with that impression. That's not what I'm implying. I'm just merely saying... that maybe think about what you're saying first, because you contradict yourself in your own stream. And why consider a country that looks after its people as bad? That's a bad thing to do, looking after your people. Why is that bad? That's not bad. That's good. You look after your people, then they can work. Make more money for taxes. That's how you do it. You got to spend money to make money, right? So... like I said, normally I wouldn't bother about this subject. It didn't offend me or anything like that. Don't get it twisted. I'm not offended. I'm just like, no, it's not happening. Whatever you see is happening in your country, fine, you're seeing that, but that's not what I'm seeing in my country. Do not mistake. Okay, so I guess what I'm trying to tell them is, those two people, if you watch the stream, you know who you are. I'm not going to name you, but you know who you are. America's not the whole world. Got it? You're 300 million people. There's over 8 billion people on Earth. You're a minority. America, you're actually a minority. You're not a majority. You're a minority. You're only 300 million. You're not the world. Whatever happening in your country, don't automatically assume it's happening in every other country. It's not. Speak about your own country, on what's happening in your own country, and because you're not from the other countries, don't try and act like it's happening in every other country. Because I was right there with you. I was listening to everything you had to say, and I was thinking, these are some valid points, and you lost me as soon as you said it's happening there too, zombie. That's when you lost me. Because I wasn't questioning what was happening in your own country. And I had no questions about what you were saying until you tried to say it's also happening in your country. So there's a big tip for people out there that want to go on political rants and all that sort of stuff. Stick to your own country. Don't try bringing in other fucking countries. All those other people that come across, you risk losing them. You're trying to gain an audience, not lose an audience. I stuck around anyway. I didn't leave because I was interested in where the story was going to go. and because I don't judge the two people that were doing the stream, having the chat. I don't judge them by their comments there and then just go, well, that's all they are, you know. So that's why I stayed. I don't block people if they have different opinions or anything like that. It's interesting to me because, well, it's just interesting. I like hearing other people's opinions. Even if I think they're crazy, I still like hearing them. Whoa. If I was in a big race, that could have been bad. Now, I'm not trying to tell anybody what they should believe, who they shouldn't believe. Don't believe me just because I'm saying those things aren't happening in Australia. And I'll tell you the reason why I say don't believe me when I say those things aren't happening in Australia. The reason being is because I'm not all over Australia. I'm in one small spot. And half those people making the reports are also in one small spot. So if they see something happening around them a lot and they go, it's happening all over Australia, just note, it's not. It's just happening where they are. That should be proof when people go, I'm seeing this happening in my city all the time. And then other people go, I'm in the same city, but I don't see that. If you go looking for issues, you will find issues because you're looking for them. If you're not looking for issues, you won't find any. And sometimes you won't find any because it's just, they're not there. The old saying, turning a molehill into a mountain, making it bigger than what it really is. Which leads me back to my first comment about the whole, when I was asked, is it right to teach about LGBTQ in school? What do you care? Are you worried that your kid's going to go, oh, homosexuals and lesbians are okay, therefore I'm going to tell people I'm gay? That's not going to happen. You can't make someone be gay. You either are or you're not. It's simple. You can't turn someone gay. It's impossible. Well, at least I've never heard of any experiment where you can turn a person gay. I suppose if you wanted to, you could reverse engineer one of those pray away the gay camps, reverse engineer one of them to make people gay instead, I suppose. But if the pray away the gay camps don't work, then I suppose trying to make a person gay wouldn't work either. So if you're worried that your kid's going to go gay or turn out gay, lesbian or whatever, I'm just going to say gay because it's the same thing, isn't it? Lesbians are gay, men are gay, women are gay, you know, gay. Right, so you're not going to turn someone gay just because you talk about it in school. And when people want to go, it's not normal. Oh my God. What is not normal? What exactly isn't normal? What is normal? One could argue. You could argue if I put two guys on an island and told them to repopulate the earth, it's probably not going to happen. And if I put two girls on an island and say repopulate the earth, it's probably not going to happen. Okay, that's fair. But if you put two of anything on an island and said repopulate it, we're human beings. Ain't none of us going to repopulate the earth on just two people. It's not going to happen. There'll be so much inbreeding, the fucking humanity will be fucked. So it doesn't matter what sex. Two people ain't going to do anything. But that's just a numbers math thing. And sometimes people don't understand that. The other thing is too, it's like gay people have been around forever. What's traditional and what is normal is the fact that you need genetics from a male and a female to be able to make a baby. That's normal, and that's something that no one, not even gay people, are disputing. No one is disputing that the normal way to make a baby is to take male genetics and female genetics and mix it together. You need a male and a female to make a baby. So that's normal, that's traditional. But love, how someone loves someone, when people say that's not normal, that's not traditional, who said? the laws of physics say, the laws of physics and the laws of life on Earth says we need genetic material from both male and female to make a baby. That's the only thing that is a natural law on life. That's it. And definitely mainly with the human species, but not with every species of animal. Not even every species of animal needs a female. So if you want to sit there and go, well, it's normal or not normal, well, I'll put it to you this way. There are more species of animal that can change their sex and there's there's a species of animal that can actually give birth and it's a male. You know, seahorse. It gives birth. It's the male of the relationship. So we're already outnumbered by animals and insects and all sorts of creatures on Earth. There's only one species of human where a male and a female is desperately needed to make a baby. Other species of animals on Earth, there's multiple species that don't need that. Multiple species of fish, frog, all that sort of stuff that can change its gender. And 9 times out of 10, it changes its gender due to necessity. It needed to. Like, there's a school of fish. All the female fish are ruled by one male fish. If that male fish dies, one female fish will turn into a male and now lead the pack of fish, or school of fish. So one of those females will turn into a male out of necessity. So if you want to sit there and talk about natural and all that sort of stuff, one could argue there are more species outside of humans that actually naturally do this process. And there's only one species of human. And out of that one species of human, for us to make a baby, we need male and female DNA. Male and female genetics need to be put together. Her egg, his sperm need to be put together. That can make a baby. Not guaranteed to make one, but it can make a baby. That's pretty much how they work. Once you understand that, and you understand a little bit about biology, you understand a little bit about not just human biology, but animal biology and how the universe works, then you understand that this isn't a big deal. Gays, lesbians, not a big deal. Being taught in school, not a big deal. Yes, you go against your religious views. Yes, yes, yes. But until you can prove God is right, and until you can prove God even exists, your argument falls on deaf ears. Because, like, well, let's step aside from the fucking supernatural and the unknown, and let's stand with the stuff we actually know. And the stuff we actually know says it's no big deal. Of course, if people want to turn it into a big deal, that's their business. I've met gay people that I've got a lot of respect for, and I've met some gay people that I think are bitchy little queens. Because generally, at the end of the day, no matter what you are, no matter what race you are, no matter what religion you are, no matter what political stance you have, no matter your education, no matter whether you're male or female, no matter whether you're young or old, look to your left, look to your right. Everybody has that potential to be an arsehole. Everybody has the potential to be a prick. So I view humanity as all the fucking same. Ain't no difference. I'd like to see a fucking... You ever see the arguments? The straight person versus the gay person. Straight person goes, I had the love of my woman. The gay person says, I had the love of my partner. Okay, checkmate. Yeah, but both of you get a point there. Yeah? Well, I can have sexual pleasures with my partner. I can have sexual pleasures with my woman or my husband. All right, point each. We sit down to eat food. We sit down and eat food. Okay. I want the freedom to be able to get seen by a doctor when I want. Well, I want the freedom. Okay, that's a point each again. You're all making the same points, but for some reason angry at the other side. It's weird. But that's not the only thing that sort of is weird to me. You know, I don't get it. Honestly, I don't get it. I don't... There's one thing I don't understand. I don't understand how people will act like... I don't know how to put it. I don't know how people act like something somebody's doing in their life that doesn't affect them, you don't know them, or anything like that, then, you know, you get upset. For example, Kid Rock. Kid Rock got upset because there was a transgender person on some beer or something. Budweiser did something about transgender, and he destroyed a whole heap of it. Was saying he was going to boycott it and all that shit. To all the people that followed him, you know, Budweiser didn't give him that beer so then he could destroy it, right? They didn't give it to him for free. He paid for it. So while he sit there saying, I'm going to boycott it, I'm going to boycott it, not support it, he literally paid for the beer to be destroyed. Budweiser didn't lose out. They're just sitting there scratching their head going, if you didn't want to support us, the easiest way to do that would be not buy our drink. Not only did you buy our drink, you advertised it. In your destroying of it. What did he do? Blow it up? Burn it? I don't know. I read something about it. It might not even be true what I read. So, Kid Rock, if you're out there and you're like, I never actually did that, that's not right, then I do apologise. I still think you're a bit of an idiot, Kid Rock, but that's because I always thought you're an idiot. I didn't like you in Joe Dirt. And your bomb baba wanga danga ding dingy danga dong song, just fucking too many words and syllables to learn for me. So, you know. But I did like the set you did at the Woodstock 99. Your drummer with her fucking monster shoes. That was hilarious. She's awesome. You can eat a bag of dicks. And may those dicks belong to a bunch of transgender people that have had the operation. Save your, to all the transvestites out there, or the transitioning people out there, I think is the nomenclature we're supposed to use. To all the transgender people out there, once you finally do get it cut off, put it on ice, get together, put them in a big bag, and send them to Kid Rock so he can eat a big bag of dicks. And I will even allow you guys to go from zombie. Nah, I'm not a fan of Kid Rock's music, but that's okay. You know, Kid Rock's not a fan of my music either. He's never seen me at one of my one of his shows. I've never seen him at one of mine, so we can assume he don't like my singing either. Okay, granted. The last singing show I did was in choir years ago, or doing Christmas fucking things. Oh yeah, that's why I can talk shit about religion, you see, because I grew up in it. So I have the right to fucking talk shit. And not only did I grow up in that religion, I grew up in several of them. They had three aunties that had three different, two aunties and a mother, and all of them had three different religions. And depending on where I was staying, I had to go to church. So that's the only reason why I can take a shit on religion, because I've lived it. I'm not someone coming out of nowhere just going, oh, I just want to say something shitty. Well, I have an opinion about that. Hey, Shiny, how you going, mate? I've just been yammering on to myself. I don't know. I don't know if anyone's listening or not. I wasn't paying attention. How you been, Shiny? Hope you're doing well. As a leader. Doing well. That's good, man. Yeah, fun as a follower, paid more as a leader. Yeah. I never understood cults. I never understood cults. No, no. Let me rephrase that. I understand cults, you know, be a big leader, convince a bunch of people to follow you, get all their stuff, end up being rich, give them fuck all. Yeah, no, I get that part of it. But here's what I don't understand about cults. Why is brainwashing people bad? I mean, I understand the ethical conundrum, alright? If you brainwash somebody, then essentially you're taking away their free will. Nope, totally get that. Totally on board with understanding that. That I don't have a problem with. Well, I have a problem with taking away someone's free will. But I understand that part. But what I don't understand is cult leaders can brainwash people to give up all their worldly possessions and follow them, shave their heads and drink the fucking Kool-Aid. But I couldn't brainwash my kids to clean up after themselves and pick their toys up. The fuck? That's not fair. It's alright to brainwash... Well, it's not alright to brainwash a bunch of people, but... You know, providing those people don't actually hurt anybody, no one does anything. It's like, they're a cult. Yeah, they hurt anybody? No. Well, nothing we can do. They're allowed to believe whatever they want to believe. Yeah? Well, why can't I brainwash me kids? Because that's immoral. I just want to brainwash them to pick up their toys afterwards and not leave their shoes in the fucking walkway when they get home from school. That's all. I tell them, pick your shoes up. Stop leaving them in the fucking walkway every fucking day for 16 years. Free children. Can't get it through their head. How do I brainwash them just to do that? I don't want to... Why is it brainwashing... You know, why is it not allowed to brainwash someone for the positive? You know? I mean, obviously, clearly, I'm joking. I don't honestly believe that we should be brainwashing our children. But for the purpose of my joke, why can't we brainwash our children? Oh, this didn't go good. My problem was when I went into this tunnel, I overcorrected, and I'm not supposed to. You don't brake or turn. You just accelerate and the tunnel will take you down automatically. See, I'm not turning. This is doing it all on its own. Now I'm steering. Yeah, some easy to brainwash than others. And then how is it that a family can have a child brainwashed by a cult, yet the family doesn't have the ability to brainwash the child back to not wanting to be in the cult? Something not right about that. You're just sitting there. I'd be sitting there as a parent going, let me get this straight. My child's dumb enough to be brainwashed by this guy with long hair, fucking hippie looking motherfucker. Yet I can't brainwash him back out of it. But no, brainwashing isn't just something where you just say to somebody over and over and over again. Brainwashing normally is one of those things that takes place when the people are at their most vulnerable. And I guess that should say something, that my kids were never vulnerable, therefore my kids aren't vulnerable, they ain't weak-minded, therefore we couldn't brainwash them into doing as they were told. That's one way to look at it. I don't know if it's the correct way, but it is one way. Just got home. So I might be reading some of these messages out of order. It's just that I'm trying not to crash into buildings and all that sort of stuff. You understand. Nah. I guess that's why I make a lot of jokes about stuff, because I really don't understand it. And the only thing I can do is just sort of nervously make a joke about it. That's how you know if I really don't understand something. No, not really. I'll make jokes about things that I have 100% knowledge on. Like, I don't know, I can't think of anything off the top of my head. But I can make jokes about things that I know. I can make a joke about something that makes it sound like I don't agree with something, but I actually do agree with it, but I'll still make the joke anyway because I don't care. I don't play favourites. As far as I'm concerned, everything can be joked about, or nothing can be joked about. Yep, you can only prepare them for so much. And it's schools. So I just had a mouthful. Poor timing on my behalf to have a mouthful of my drink. Schools have some responsibility over this. Not solely, but they have some. For example, yeah, if you're a teacher and you teach kids how to do maths and reading and all that sort of stuff, cool, that's awesome. That's, you know, that's what you're supposed to do. That's fine. Nothing wrong with that. But that's not the only thingy out there in the world. Now, schools, teachers, education developers and all that sort of people, I know none of you are watching my stream, but if for any reason you do find this stream, and let me ask you this question. Why do you assume that parents don't teach their kids maths and can't teach their kids maths and reading? Is it because you know that they're busy? Is it because you know that they might be working and all that sort of stuff? Well, I understand that. I totally get that. That's why we have educators. Because sometimes the mums and dads are working hard and they don't have the ability to be able to sit down and do that. So people get paid to do that job. Okay. And you might want to step it up with the self-health care and mental health care and fucking stuff like that as well. Start teaching kids how to deal with rejection. Start teaching kids how to deal with anxiety and depression. And how to deal with bullies. Because if you don't, well, I mean, you already assume that the parents aren't doing it with the spelling and that, right? So maybe not all the parents are able to be able to teach the kids about how to deal with rejection and all that sort of shit too. Because a lot of people feel displaced because they don't fit in for whatever reason. And in schooling, it is very easy to feel out of place if you don't grasp the rest of the lesson. You see everybody else around you getting a sticker and a good job, and if you're not getting that, you start feeling displaced. So, you know, damned if you do, damned if you don't. Well, that's you're 100% right there, Shiny, because if we leave it up to the education and say, well, can you teach all the kids everything they need because they're here? It's like, yeah. But then you'll have some parents that'll go, but I don't want you teaching my child that. Okay, so when those teachers get outweighed and those parents stand up and go, we managed to get something taken out of a school, it's like, yeah, but there was a bunch of kids there that could have benefited from it. You just fucked everybody over. You know, so it is a process of every. It is not. I said it at the beginning of the stream that I'll make jokes and all that sort of stuff, but in no way do I have any advice on how to fix the situation. I can go, yeah, there's probably a problem there and an issue there, but just because I can point it out, I ain't got the intelligence to be able to come up with a solution. I wouldn't even try to come up with a solution. Does anybody know anything wrong with what's on the screen right now? Anyone see that message on the screen right now? Anyone see the problem with it? It must have been written by someone who was dyslexic. It's got capital letters in the middle of it. Lowercase, capital, lowercase, capital, lowercase. That's not proper grammatical fucking way of doing it, GTA. And GTA and Rockstar, don't give me that fucking bullshit of, oh, that's the only way we could get it to fit. No, it's not. You got to determine the size of it. It's not how that works. No one's going to believe that. Yep. Ideally, the only thing that I think that might help is ideally just a course that deals with mental health. Understanding, like, mental health. Because most of this all boils down to mental health. In the sense of, if a kid is struggling in school, it's mentally going to affect them. And if they learn how to deal with rejection or anxieties or depression or any of the other major ones that children go through in school. And as a child, when I was a child, I think nearly every single one of us as a child had some sort of thing that made us embarrassed or something at school. And to where we felt like we're not right in the head if we don't understand what the other kid next to us understands. You know? I used to get called a nerd all the time and picked on. That stopped when I was, like, just before I went into high school, that stopped because I fought back. They didn't like nerds fighting back. And yeah, so I fought back. I'm still a nerd, don't get me wrong, I'm still a nerd. A geek, a nerd. Not a smart one. That's the thing. I used to hate it when I got called a nerd. Because it's like, you calling me a nerd? Is that like calling a redhead person bluey? A fat tall man tiny? Is this one of those anti-insult type things? Because I was thinking, you call me a nerd? Look at my report card. It's average. I mean, they're decent enough grades, but look at the kids that are in front of me that are actually doing really good. They're more nerds. Their scores are way better than me. And you're not calling them nerds, you're calling me a nerd. But I dealt with it by fighting back. Because I'm a strong believer of, if you punch me, the quickest way to let you know that's not a good idea is I punch you right back. That's how I am. And if you threaten to punch me, then the quickest way for you to learn not to do that is I punch you before you even finish your sentence. Because I believe people learn better through experience. Remember one school I went, they tried bullying me, and all these kids surrounded me like, just fight, 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 fight. And the other bully was there, and there was some yelling and all that sort of stuff. He's yelling at me, and all these kids are fucking thing. And someone yelled out, "Teacher!" And everybody scattered. And when he looked around and then looked back at me, I just punched him right in the face. I punched him right in the fucking face, and then I got grabbed by the teacher, and he got grabbed by the teacher. We'll take it to the principal's office. And this is when I was in high school in South Australia at the time, and I was probably there for about a month. And this kid wanted to fight me because he thought, because I was talking to one of the kids at school that was openly gay, and like sitting down having lunch next to him and my girlfriend at the time, mind you, we were both sitting down having lunch with him because he was just part of our group. He started calling me gay, and he started messing with me, our friend, and calling him fag and all that sort of stuff. You queer bait and all that sort of shit. And I had enough and told him to shut his fucking mouth, so he called me a fag. And I was like, alright, that's it, enough of this shit. I said, you keep your mouth running, mate, I'll fucking knock you out. And he's like, well, let's go fight the Oval then, come on then. And I was like, alright then. And all these people were like, there's going to be a fight, and they surrounded us. Got to the principal's office. And I told the principal what happened, and the principal said, well, they're not going to tolerate that sort of shit on school property. And I said to him straight out, hear that? After school, mate, off the property, you're mine. Never had to deal with that cunt ever again. Never. Another kid I chased through the school, gave him a flogging. He jumped over my cousin and grabbed her hair lacquey in her hair, her scrunchie around her hair, she had it up, and he just yanked it and ran off with it, and yanked it out of her hair and ripped a big chunk of her hair out. So I gave chase, and when he got to his mates, and he was all like, hey, look at this, I got a lacquey, there's all this hair and that, and his mates all started laughing, then their voice, then they stopped laughing and their face changed, as I tapped the guy on the shoulder, and just as he turned around, it went crack. And just fucking started laying into him. His friends are trying to pull me off. And I just get up and start punching into them as well. Oh yeah, don't worry, I got a black eye and a split lip. They got some good hits in too. The holders went wild because it was like, well, that was my cousin. You don't fucking hurt one of my family members, and you don't fucking do it in front of me either, because that's definitely bad. Topeka's the one that settled me down. I don't fight much now. I haven't been in a fight in over 20 years. Well, I mean, fighting is definitely the answer. Fighting is definitely the correct answer if you're looking for the answer of the crossword puzzle and you're looking for an 8-letter word. 8-letter word, town. Type of boxing is a type of sport that does what in the ring? Fighting. Yep. I would agree with that. I would say that's a fair assumption. Music is definitely 100% universal. And fighting is definitely something that every civilization has ever done, so we all understand it. And that's the thing, people trying to say we shouldn't be fighting. Why? Where's the rules that say we shouldn't be fighting as a human species? I don't get me wrong, I don't want to be sitting there fighting all our lives and stuff like that. I'm over it. Wars have been happening. That's why I don't understand when people go on about this country started this war, this country started that war. It's like, I've been alive for the years that I've been alive, and I don't think any one of those years had a year where there wasn't a country at war with someone. What I don't understand is how there's a thing called the UN, United Nations, yet no one just goes in and stops these people. We all agree that Russia's doing bad things to Ukraine. Alright, so you gonna do anything about it? Well, then you don't agree. You're just sitting back. You're complicit. I'm not saying anybody needs to do anything. I'm just saying, don't say you care or anything. Just admit that you're complicit to what's going on, because you're not doing anything. You're standing by, doing nothing. And I know it's like, well, you know, it's a whole country, blah blah blah. Yeah. I don't think I know a self-respecting man that would say, if I seen another man start laying into his girlfriend, I would do nothing and say nothing. Most of the people would say something, or at least you'd expect them to. If you've seen some adult just grab a child off the street and just start like snatching children, you're going to say nothing, do nothing? No. Any person, we'd sit there and say any person that sat by and let that happen and did nothing is just as complicit and, you know, just as responsible for what happened. Even though they didn't do anything, they didn't say anything or try to stop it. You know? So why can't we scale it up? And because we don't scale it up, that's why I don't care. Because it's like, no, we don't. It's fighting's been happening all my life. I've never known anything other than it. I don't think society has ever, in its existence of society, has ever known peace. And where were the rules that said we had to know peace? Exactly. We are alive because of war, you know. Oh, here's a good joke. You'll probably like this one, Shiny. I was watching these comedians talk on this game show, right? And this one comedian is a German. Imagine that! I didn't know Germans had comedians either. That was fucking hilarious. Anyway, so this German said, you know, well, you know, if the World War II had went the way it was going to go, you'd be speaking German right now. And the other comedian just turned up and just jumped up and said, guess your grandfather should have fought harder then. I just pissed myself fucking laughing. Because essentially, no matter what side of the fence you are on when it comes to World War II, no matter what side of the fence you are on, society got moulded based on who won. and it might not be and those bloodlines went on and stuff like that. And so essentially it's like, yes, if you want your bloodline to go on, you're going to have to fight harder. And I loved it because that was the subject matter was dark, I get it, and there was some people that were like, oh, but I was like, no, that's essentially the point. If your bloodline's strong enough, then you're still alive. If your bloodline's not strong enough, then, well, you're not here no more. It's just gone. Yep. And that's the other thing too, when I see people like Joe Rogan going, oh, there's too many soft people around, need to harden up and all that sort of stuff. And it's like, yeah, when you have these so-called soft people in your what do you mean by hardened people, Joe? Mr. Rogan, what do you mean by, you mean people with muscles? Is that what makes someone tough? They've got muscles? I don't have big muscles. But I've got a desire to see that my family survives. Which means I'm willing to throw down when necessary. I don't care whether I'll win or lose. I'll give everything I've got and I will fight to the fucking end. So then I'm on top. I want to go home to my family. That's self-preservation. So I don't know what Joe Rogan's going on about. And I don't understand what he's talking about when he goes soft people. It's like, soft people? In every single war there's been soft people, mate. They're normally the ones cooking and not on the field. They're the ones cooking and moving supplies around and tending to the sick and the injured and doing the documentations and all that sort of stuff. We find a place for the people that aren't suited for the job. Normally keep them out of harm's way and give them something that keeps them occupied, makes them feel like they're contributing, and, you know, isn't lifting the hard work, because we know we've got people that can and people that can't. That's just society. That's just life. You know, once upon a time in society, yes, like the Romans and the Spartans what they used to do with the babies, if they deemed them to be weak and all that stuff, they'd throw them over the cliff, as we've seen in 300, or they'd leave them on the mountainsides to die off. Yes, we know all that sort of thing. But that didn't stop soft people or disabilities or anything like that coming around. Do I think we should do that now in society? No. Maybe. I don't know. I'd like someone to make that choice about their own child and not mine. That's for sure. I think, you know, realistically, I don't know. That's a tough one. I definitely wouldn't be, as a man as I am right now, I probably wouldn't accept that. But take me back 1,000 years ago, 500 years ago, or whatever, then I would have been raised in that time, and that would have been the normal. And I probably would have had justifiable reasons that were justifiable at that time of age, that time of humanity. But now, while I still have those thoughts of, wow, if someone's severely disabled, their life must be really, really difficult. And there might be parts of me that might think, man, some of these people might be better off if they didn't live. You know, like when you see someone that goes through a horrible accident, and then they end up in like a chair or a bed, and they can't move, they can't do anything, they can't feed themselves, they're always on a machine that keeps them breathing and that. And I just think to myself, wow, maybe you would have been better off if you didn't make it. But at the same time, I understand that their family doesn't want to lose them. I get that. I don't know if I'd be feeling the same way about myself. I don't want to live like that. I wouldn't want to see my child live like that. But I get it. I don't know how easy it would be to pull the plug. I get it. But I also live in a time when I know we're making breakthroughs in medical science. We understand a lot more now than we did years and years and years ago. We have the ability to save more soldiers that get injured, and you know, we have the ability to be able to save more of them than we did years and years and years ago. We're finding new ways all the time of being able to overcome obstacles that normally would make a disabled person feel useless, which now gives them purpose because they can interact with society again and become, and for the most part, there are people out there that have lost limbs. Let's use that one for example. Lost limbs, and once upon a time the prosthetic limb option was never a thing. You lost a limb, you became a beggar in peasant society. And then we started getting prosthetic limbs. And whether it's true that pirates used them or not, wooden peg legs were a way to help people get around. Now, over that time, since the wooden peg leg to today, we now have a prosthetic leg that can make you run fast and help you run. And if the people were wearing pants and you couldn't see the legs, you wouldn't even know they didn't have a leg. So much has changed in society. So I do believe that we can step away, and I would love to see, believe me, I'd love to see what Earth would be like if there was no wars. I'd like to see that. I don't think it's ever going to happen. Because while you get some countries that are willing to accept technology and accept that there are scientific benefits that are out there that enhance life, you're always going to have someone that's going to go, my religion says this, or my political belief says that. And as long as there's always going to be that, there's always going to be conflict. And as long as there's conflict, there's always going to be wars. Unless you can solely 100% move the ability of conflict, the ability to be able to get into conflict, unless you can remove that, you'll always have war. Never ending fucking battle. It's futile even trying to fight it. Well, there's one channel was saying to me, they actually said to me specifically because they were talking to me. It was a channel I mentioned before. Well, I didn't mention the name of the channel, but I mentioned the story beforehand. I was talking to these people, and they were talking about foods as well. Like, eventually you're going to get given a chip, and the government will control the chip, control your money. And when they see that you've spent too much money on the wrong types of food, they'll punish you for it. And right then, when they said that, I thought to myself, are you actually listening to yourself, guys? You're trying to make people angry, thinking this is going to happen. But you're not making me angry at the government or at the world or anything like that when you say this. You're making me think, oh man, I had so much hope for you to speak something nice and intelligent, but then you said that. And the reason why I say that is because if you believe the government's going to be able to punish you for not buying the right foods, why don't you believe the government just made it so then the right foods that the government deem are right are the only ones available in the first place? And it's like, if you believe that the government's going to be able to control and say you have to buy these types of foods only and all that sort of stuff, it's like, okay, and you'll get in trouble if you buy the wrong foods. Well, if the government's saying you have to buy this type of food only, then why have that same government allowed the food that you're not supposed to buy be in there? I know people could say drugs and all that sort of stuff, and it's like, okay, then you're not talking about someone buying the wrong food and a chip actually registering it that you bought the wrong food, because we don't have that at the moment. It's not like you go to a drug dealer and use your credit card and your credit card goes, hey, bought for not drugs in quotations, and the government goes, well, you're not supposed to have drugs, therefore we know we're going to punish you because your chip told us you spent on. So it's like the logic they use just doesn't make sense. It's like, okay, if the logic works that way to make that happen, then how's there going to be, if they're able to control, if the government gets to a point where they can control money and go, we control what you spend it on and you have to spend it on only the things we say, why would the government even let those things that are not allowed to be bought in the country in the first place? And if they're coming in illegally and it's a black market type of thing, how would the government know about the transactions? They don't know about the transactions people do with illegal drugs now. So the logic is flawed straight away. Oh yeah, that's why I said beforehand. I don't actually support. I know people that are I suppose you'd say part of the LGBTQ community, right? I know a few lesbians. I know a few people that identify as gay. I don't know any trans. I don't know any trans or fluid or anything like that, or binary or non-binary. I don't know anyone that's identified as that. But gay and lesbian, I've met a few, and out of them, that some that I've met that I respect and I can sit down and have a conversation with, no problem. And then there's some that I've met that are just bitchy little queens, and I don't actually support the LGBT community. And it's not because I don't support gay people or lesbians or anything like that. It's just that I don't support any organisation that is above, that say they're above ridicule. If you can't make a joke about it and they say, you're not allowed to make fun of us, all right, then that's a place that's got room for corruption, isn't it? If I'm not allowed to make fun of you and I'm in trouble just for making a joke, then that's a place that has a potential for corruption. Everything's allowed to be ridiculed. So while I don't actually support the LGBTQ as a community, only because they don't like people making jokes, and I think it's hypocritical. It's like, what? You got the freedom to be able to do whatever you want, but then as soon as someone uses the freedom to do whatever they want, you condemn them? You don't want people to condemn you, but you condemn other people? So that's why I'm like, no. That's why I make fun of everything. Because either you can make fun of everything, or you can't make fun of anything. And I choose to make fun of everything. Now, does this mean someone could say a joke that might get under my skin and upset me and trigger me? Yes, there's always the potential. But unless that person knows specific things about my life and chooses to make that joke to me, knowing that that affects my life somehow, or I've had that experience or something, and they make the joke to me, then I can go, dude, you know my fucking life. Why would you do that? But if they don't know anything about me, I can't just go, oh, you're making it. I can't make it personal. I've got to assume the joke's for everybody. So I don't get offended. I don't get offended when people make jokes. There are some jokes I just go, wow, that was dumb. Yeah, that don't make no sense. I mean, I know the difference between a racist joke and all that sort of stuff. And let's face it, nearly every racist joke that's out there is only racist depending on A, who's listening to it, and B, which group you put in there. For example, we have the old joke here in Australia. An Irishman, Englishman, and Australian walks into a pub. Every single time that joke is said, the Irish man is normally the butt of the joke. Is it racist? No, because that particular joke isn't racist, because you can change those to anybody you want. There's me, my brother, and my sister. We walk into a bar. You can change the jokes about things. Now, some of them will be cultural related, you know. Oh, they're like there's a joke that's considered racist. There's a, you know, an Australian, an American, and a Japanese man, and someone else are all in a hot air balloon that's going to crash, and eventually. The joke is you pick a group that you got lots in your country of, and you throw them overboard because you got plenty more back at home. That's the end of the joke. The joke is whatever, but you can do that about anything. You can do that about anyone. So it's just a joke, you know, an observational humour that's been turned into a joke. But people will go, "Oh, that's racist." It's like, yeah, if you're making it about, if you're making it that the Japanese is the one being thrown overboard, and you're telling it to a Japanese person, then yeah, you're an insensitive prick. Why'd you do that? Me, I actually have. When it comes to society and the world, I've got an issue with... No, I've got an opinion about every single thing. And... Now, this just because I got an opinion doesn't mean I'm right. I just got a thought. I just got an idea or a thought about it, that's all. And... Sometimes I can see something that's really legit that I 100% agree in, but still find a way to make jokes about it where it sounds like I don't agree with it. But that's only because I believe in equal opportunity, you know. No, I don't care. It's like you can make fun about anything. I don't care. And if I did get offended by a joke, I certainly wouldn't show people, because now 9 times out of 10, as soon as you show somebody you're offended by something, those people double down and start doing way more. If the first one offends you, oh, wait till you see what they got next. Well, I kind of agree with that. Oh, pedophiles. Rapists. Yeah, I say that in chat. I don't fucking give a shit. The word rape is not owned by fucking YouTube. The word pedophile is not owned by YouTube. These are... And sexual assault, they're not owned by YouTube. These are completely fucking used words that can be used in court. And if YouTube had a problem with it, then it's like, you're gonna fucking... What are you gonna do? You're gonna say to me I can't use a fucking word that actually describes a legitimate fucking thing that exists? But I know why you're not typing it in, because, you know, YouTube has a fit. But you're a mod, mate. You can type away in my chat. You got the wrench. You have basically diplomatic immunity to be able to say certain things. You're exempt. So you're exempt. You're allowed to say all the bad words in this chat anyway. I don't know. I can't speak for everybody else's. And yes, while those crimes and those types of crimes are considered horrendous, and they are, I still think you can make jokes. But I wouldn't make the joke to the victim. And I believe that there could be a joke made about anything. The difference of whether the joke would be accepted or not will depend on who is the butt of the punchline. If you make the victim the butt of the punchline, then the joke's unacceptable. If you make the perpetrator the butt of the punchline, then the joke's fine. So it's a balancing act. And if you're trying to make jokes, trying to be a comedian or anything like that, that's a balancing act that is very hard to navigate. I wouldn't know how to even approach making jokes on those subject matters. I have made jokes about those subject matters before, but never towards the victim. I mean, that's the thing too. It's like who's the target of the joke, who's the demographic people you're talking to, and all that sort of stuff. Mindset of people, are people willing to understand this is just all jokes? There's lots of things that need to be taken into consideration when you're writing a joke. And sometimes there are certain jokes that I've written down and I'm like, nah, can't use that. That joke only works if everybody understands a particular part of history or a particular time frame. And if no one understands that particular time frame, or it's not common knowledge, then the joke's not going to work. It's going to seem like it's insensitive or racist. So I mean, it's a balancing act. It's a tough job for comedians, you know. Yeah, it depends on the audience and such. I don't go tell paedophile jokes to a paedophile. Alright? I'm not going to sit in a room full of church people and tell a bunch of anti-religious jokes. I'm not going to sit in a room full of fucking people that are anti-religion and tell a whole heap of jokes praising God. You know what I mean? I won't sit in a room full of Republicans and tell anti-Republican jokes. I won't sit in a room full of Democrats and tell anti-Democrat jokes. Pick your audience, you know your audience. That's why I joke about most everything. Give you an idea of the sense of humour that we have in my home. Topeka made me piss myself laughing one time. A couple of weeks after my nana passed away, it was really upsetting for me. She was like one of the only family members I had that never thought I was a piece of shit. Everybody else didn't know me. They thought I was a piece of shit. I met my dad's side of the family when I was like, 18, and I met my dad when I was 27. So, Nan was the only one that never... Others never did either. Others didn't. I shouldn't say that she was the only. There was others that didn't also treat me like a piece of shit or consider me a piece of shit. Point is, she passed away and it was really upsetting. And one day, a couple of days after, a week after or something, I said to Topeka, "What you doing?" She said, "Your Nan." And then she turned around. She's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry." I'm like, no, I just laughed because my Nan would have found that funny, and I thought it was hilarious too. So it was just out of the blue, and she didn't say it to try and hurt my feelings or anything like that. But to me, it was like that was hilarious. But there are other people out there that if I said that to them, and they had just lost someone, they might not be able to have the same feelings I had about it. Let's do this one. They might not be able to walk away and go, "Oh, that was good, you got me." In fact, I wrote a joke for me Nan's funeral, and no one liked it. My Nan would have. Before my Nan passed away, she said to me, "Bloody hell, I'm going to die soon. I can't even get a decent fucking coffee in this hospital." That's how she spoke, okay? So clearly she's not a person who's easily offended. So I wrote a joke. How many people does it take to make a decent coffee? And it was like, "Don't know, Nan died waiting." To me, that's fucking hilarious. And my Nan would have loved it. She liked those types of fucking jokes. But it was considered insensitive. And it's like, no, you grieve your way, man. I'll grieve my way. But, Nan would have got that. Nan knew my sense of humour. I had the same sort of sense of humour as my Nan. She had the same sort of sense of humour. Yeah, kill her in more ways than one. She died waiting for a coffee. No, but it's like, I totally get it though. I understand there was some people there, they probably didn't feel like that was the way, you know, they were probably like, you shouldn't be making jokes, this is a funeral, you're supposed to be taking it seriously. And it's like, I am taking it seriously. I'm seriously never going to see my nan ever again, and I am fucking broken inside right now. But I also told my nan that I'll write her a joke. And she said I would love that. So I kept my promise and I wrote her a joke. And I don't care what the rest of the family said. They want to continue thinking I'm a piece of shit. That's fine. I promised my nan something and I stuck to it. That's all I care about. Yeah, right. I always said to... My brother said that to me one time. He goes, well, if someone hands you lemons, you make lemonade. I said, what if the bag of fucking lemons is rotten lemons? You ever think about that? You know, most of the lemons we get handed are fucking rotten. We can't do shit all with them. He's like, you're a fucking negative person, you know that? You're always fucking negative about shit. It's like, no, I'm making a joke. Because he don't have the same sense of humour as me. I was making a joke, you know, yeah. What happens if people give you rotten lemons? You dickhead. It's like when people... It was kind of like a reinvention of John Candy's joke of when someone tells you nothing's impossible, obviously they've ever tried to nail jelly to a tree. Some things... My problem is I have a bad habit of saying the first thing that comes to mind, and I don't always get an opportunity to be able to stop and think. It actually, you know, when people, you know, someone's like, what are you doing? And you're like, I'm thinking, and they're like, I bet that hurts. Well, for me it actually does. It hurts my brain to slow down and actually, if I have to slow down and concentrate on making sure I think about what I'm saying first, it actually hurts my brain. It hurts. I get a headache. That's why generally when I work alone. I can't be around people while I'm working. Nah, they do my fucking head in. Let me concentrate on my job. Because if I have to stop concentrating on my job and start concentrating about making sure I don't say shit that gets me fired or upsets a customer. I had a go at a nun once. I was working in this marketplace. And this nun came up, grabbed the pear, took a bite out of it, and didn't like it, and put it back on the fucking, on the fruit stand with the rest of the other pears. And I was like, what was it? I said something along the lines of, well, that's very wasteful, sister. I just seen her do it out the corner of my eye, and as I walked past with my module of fruit that I was taking over to the new place to put that one in, take the old one out back, I just went, that's wasteful, sister. And I got given a dirty look, and then I had someone come up to me and say, hey, that was a bit of a rude comment you said to her, because she complained about it. And I was like, she took a bite out of the pear and put it back. I had to go grab the pear and put it in the bin. Yeah, still, it's not nice to say. It's like, what? And there lies the problem. She's a part of a religious group and therefore is beyond ridicule. You're not allowed to ridicule her. I'm in trouble because I made a valid point. Had I said that about anybody else, I would have been told by my boss, which person was it? Because that's technically stealing, you know that, right? That's what my boss would have said. But because it was a nun, I was supposed to not say a word. But my brain didn't stop to think about that. My brain just said, you know, that's wasteful, sister. My brain didn't stop to think whether she was beyond ridicule, whether she wasn't allowed to be... I didn't swear at her, I didn't curse her, I didn't chase her and kick her out of the fucking store or anything. I just, as I casually walked past with my module of fruit, I just casually said it. I didn't even stop while I said it, I just kept walking while I said it. Don't worry, I didn't lose my job over it or anything, I just went, yeah, no worries. I just won't fucking talk to any cunt out there then. Just kept my mouth shut, didn't talk to anybody. Someone would ask me a question about shit. Do you know when... Let me just go get someone for you. I'll just walk away and go get someone, go deal with that person. Full fucking head to gear penguin suit, man. And she wasn't the only one, there was a whole heap of them. And might I say, they bought a lot of cucumbers. A lot of cucumbers. Now, I'm not saying anything dirty or anything like that, but a lot of cucumbers. And we were putting the cucumbers out, and they bought a lot of the big cucumbers. Big fat ones. The real cock-shaped ones. I'm not saying that they stick them in themselves. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that they took them back to the convent and started jamming themselves with clam jam of fucking cucumbers. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying that. I'm merely implying it. But no, she was dressed full get up. Yeah, I think it was like 3 of them. And we used to chop fruits and veggies up, you know, things you can eat raw. We used to chop them up and have them sitting there so people could actually taste it first. We're not saying it, but we all thought it. Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying that the cucumber to carrot and potato ratio was just a little off, that's all. That's all I'm saying. I'm not... I'm implying a lot, but saying very little. The worst thing was when the boss said, oh, well, she said she'll pray for you. I was like, what? She needs to pray for me because I made a joke? How bad is a society, how bad is an organisation that they go, I need to pray for you because that joke was just over the line because you insulted a sister by saying she's being wasteful for taking a bite out of some fruit, not liking it, and then putting it back. Well, I wasn't suggesting that she eat the whole thing. I was suggesting that she put it in the bin right there and not leave it on the fucking stand with the rest of the shit, where another customer might pick it up and put it in the bag and not realise it had a bite taken out of it, get home and then ring up and complain about the fucking fruit in the first place being there with a bite taken out of it. I just thought that my little comment, little joke, might make her go, oh, yeah, right, I'll just put this here. But I guess she thought, oh, he says I'm being wasteful. I'm not being wasteful. I left it there for other people to take a bite. I don't know what her fucking plan was. It was like, I don't get it. But I have a personality disorder. I don't talk about it much. Because I don't consider it a disorder. To me, it's just normal. Because it's been me my whole life. So to me, it's me just being normal. But it's I have a personality disorder that being blatantly honest. Too honest for my own good sometimes. It's gotten me into a lot of trouble. And to actually try and stop that from happening, I got to really use some mental strain and shit like that. I'm able to play the game right now and not really stuff it up or anything like that too much and talk, because my brain already knows what I want to say 5 minutes before I want to say it. That's why I speak the way I do. That's why I talk fast, because I already know what I want to say. It's all mapped out already. My brain's already done that. I didn't have to do anything. It did it all on its own. Yay, brain. But but at the end of the day, I'm not able. I don't have some of the social skills that other people have that make them shut up when they should shut up. I have to actually consciously fight myself and bite my tongue. Not literally bite my tongue, though I have sort of literally felt like I am biting my tongue. But I have to bite my tongue, and that's just really difficult for me to do because my personality doesn't allow that. I don't have that part of the brain that gives a shit. That filter, that thing that says, don't say anything, don't say... That part of the brain doesn't exist for me. That's damaged. And of course, it's affected my personality. So, that's why I always come across as a person that has an opinion. It's not... Like I said, it's not that I have an opinion about everything. I have thoughts and ideas, and I just don't have the ability to be able to hold on to them, basically. That's why I stream, because I just let myself talk and I let it out, and it's kind of therapeutic for me, because I can just speak and I don't have to worry about holding off what I say. I always try to make sure I put anything I say in context, no matter how small and trivial it is. I try to make sure there's always context there. And most of the times when I ask questions about something, someone will explain something to me and I'll ask them some questions, and you may have experienced it yourself. Some people get a little bit, well, I just explained it to you. It's like, no, but I don't understand how that works. And then they go, well, you're an idiot. It's like, no, it's just that doesn't make sense to me. Can you explain it? I'm sorry, but I'm just not understanding it. And I'll always ask questions if I don't understand something. But I guess sometimes the way I ask those questions don't come across articulated right, because people will think that I'm asking a question out of disbelief. And it's not always out of disbelief. It's just like, I don't understand it. Maybe I'm a bad student. Maybe they're a bad teacher. I don't know. But certain things I don't get it. Like the whole food thing. If the government's going to say, you bought the wrong food, we're going to punish you. Well, if the government has the power to do that, wouldn't they already have the power to make sure only the right foods are there? And if they had the power to make sure only the right foods are there, you wouldn't have access to the so-called bad foods? Because to me, that logically makes sense. It's like when people are like, they're giving you vaccines, and the same person that said about the food thing was also talking about the vaccines. And they're like, well, if they give you the vaccine, you know what's in the vaccine, don't you? I was like, no, not really, but nor does anybody else really. There's only, when you look at all the people that are scientists that actually know chemistry and all the people that are doctors, we can safely say only a handful of people in the earth know really what's in it. Everybody else says, I know what's in it because I read what's in it, but actually I don't. I could read what's in it, but I don't know if that's in it. But anyway, that wasn't the point. The point was, it's like, oh, well, if you get that, then you're going to get cancer. It's like, no, I'm not. I'm not going to get cancer from that. If I'm going to get cancer, it's going to be from the fact that I've been smoking cigarettes since the age of 13. 14. It might be that gives me cancer first. It might be the fact, if I end up with cancer, it might be the fact that I used to break up asbestos when I was a kid. If I end up in cancer, it might be because I live in Australia and I'm always out in the sun and I hardly ever put sun protection on. There's many reasons why I might end up with cancer, But because I've had the vaccine, if I end up with cancer, some people are going to say it was the vaccine. And it's like, that's not how vaccines work, man. And they said, well, hopefully you got the placebo then. And I was like, well, if they're randomly giving people placebos, considering all my kids, my grandkids, my wife, myself, none of us had any of the issues that anybody was saying to us. None of us became magnetic. None of us have chips or anything like that. It's like I have an understanding of how inert viruses work in a vaccine. And that sort of stuff I paid attention to in biology. And not that I was very good at biology, but I did pay attention to those sorts of things. And whether now, believe me, I'm not saying, with what I'm saying, I'm not implying that anybody should be getting the vaccine or not get the vaccine. But the person was very sort of started feeling sorry for me, as if I was on death's bed because I got the vaccine. And it's like, literally nothing has changed in my health, man. Literally nothing changed. Well, you must have got the vaccine that was a placebo then. It's like, or I got the vaccine and there's nothing fucking wrong with it. Why is that not an option? Nuns, pears and zombies. There's a B-movie plot story. Yeah. Search for the golden cucumber. Oh, look, here's the thing. When it came to the vaccine coming out for COVID, I get it. I understand why a lot of people were panicked. Okay, I understand. COVID comes out, before the end of the year, we've got a vaccine. Some people are like really scared because it seemed like it happened really quick. Yeah, it happened really quick because for years and years and years, medical science has been studying vaccines and how to nip it in the butt quickly. They didn't start from scratch trying to figure out how to make a vaccine. They started with other vaccines and took the knowledge that they've learnt over hundreds of years to make it so that a vaccine could be made a little bit quicker. I think the big clue that it wasn't a fucking scam was the fact that no one was being asked to pay for the vaccines. It's free. No charity groups are out there going, we need to find a vaccine or a cure, please donate. We have it for AIDS, we have it for cancer and all that sort of stuff. But I get it. Some people were skeptical because of how quick. I totally get that. I understand that. If you take in the knowledge that they've been working on vaccines, it's not like fucking two people in their fucking shed went, oh fuck, we need to find a vaccine. Let's see what we can do. No, these were people trained in that field. No backyard scientists made the vaccine. It was people trained in the field of diseases and viruses and all that sort of stuff. Search with the golden cucumber. You never know. It could end up being turned into a movie. I am recording stuff. If I can find the outfits, in a game, I will make that movie happen. I've made a map. I haven't showed anybody how it works yet. But I'm going to give you the premise, alright, Shiny? Here's the premise. I've made one map that plays out like a movie. You have to fight hookers. You have to steal their stuff. I've given it a whole story, written it all up and everything in the description. The match is called, you got to steal their alcohol. The match is called Dixon Cider. Dixon Cider. Dixon Cider. You can't let them finish with Dixon Cider. So I put a whole heap of prostitutes and cross dressers and yeah, I'll do a video on that map later on. Not today. That's a surprise. That's the only thing I'm going to say about that map. Everybody will have to wait until that one's been aired. Thank you. I thought so too. Cheers. They won't let you say profanity. They won't let you type in, this is the cursed vehicle for me. I hate this vehicle. This is the one I hate the most. This is the vehicle I suck at the most. It's this goddamn fucking... Anyway. Yeah, they don't let you put profanity in the actual description or type it in GTA at all. You type in the word ass and it will kick you out of Rockstar. It'll say, oh, you're not in Rockstar Online anymore. You have to... So you can't put it in. However, there is one spot in the map where you can type it in and it will legit stay there. And that's in the... what is it? Arena Wars. At the Arena War garage, you can actually name your cars. Certain cars. I got one car called Metal Up Your Ass. Metallica reference. Oh, I even made a map. I made a map where we're a bunch of hitmen and we go after Lance Armstrong's last nut. I've made it to where Lance Armstrong's on a push bike. We have to he's on a racer. We have to hunt him down, kill him. When we kill him, we get a package, and then we got to take it to the Humane Labs. We Lance Armstrong's last nut because he's a cheater. Yeah. I've made a lot of these types of maps where they're basically just one long pun, one long joke. And they haven't all been aired yet. A lot of them I've been testing them and making them over the years. Some of them people might have seen some bits and pieces being made in me live streams of some of these maps that haven't actually aired yet. But yeah, no, I do that a lot. It's a whole series that I'm working on. And then, of course, Lance Armstrong sends all these people after us because he doesn't want the truth getting out because his secret's in that bionic nut he has. Only problem is they're two-player maps, so you need a second player. But I'll tell you what, after this, I'll go through a couple and I'll bring the descriptions up so you can have a look at what I've done. And we also have like costume changes as well. So we have the ability. We design certain costumes to be able to be worn. We even have a unlikely love story. I made an unlikely love story map as well. John McClane and Hans Gruber. They have to work together to be able to. So you be with Hans Gruber, you're John McClane, you're with Hans Gruber, and you have to work together to finish the map. And then I've got a Die Hard series where I'm working on that one. That still needs a little bit more work. The bones are there. The concept's there. It's like, alright, cool. Now I know what I'm doing. I'll be able to build that map up. But I've got the concept there. You got the Nakatami building for Die Hard 1. Then you got the airfield for Die Hard 2 in the snow. Then you got the taxi ride, basically a taxi ride from number 3. And it's basically modelled after the PlayStation 1 Die Hard trilogy game that they made. That had all 3. In Far Cry, I've got a few maps that are basically kind of related to horror movies. They got some better stuff in there. That's why I don't use a lot of... So that's also why when I'm making some of these survivals and the content matches where you got to go find the products and that, the reason why I make a lot of them and the reason why I don't use a lot of props, like these sorts of props we're seeing now, these red and blue things, is because most of the time I'm designing them around the... I'm designing them to look like they're a movie set. Every single map I make is made with the knowledge of the Rockstar edit might be needed in this. Less props, make it look more real. If needs be, you can go in director's mode, grab extra footage to blend it. You know, all that sort of stuff. So to try and account for fucking continuity. So I'll make sure I don't have all this sort of stuff in there. If I make a race like this or something like this, generally it's just a standard race. Nothing special. But anything I make that doesn't have props in it, I generally set out for a movie or something like that. G'day Miss Gimme, how you going? Cracking you up? Awesome. Oh, I'm glad I'm making you laugh. I like making people cry tears of joy as opposed to tears of fear or anger or anything like that. For those that aren't aware, this building down here, that's the Nakatami building. That's the Die Hard building. That building right there. This building here. That's a Die Hard building. Don't know if anybody knew that, but yeah, there you go. I don't know if anybody's noticed this, but anyone notice how there's no map up on the screen or anything like that? Completely clean. Before I used to muck around in Rockstar, I used to film everything like this. I'd go like this, I'd film all this sort of stuff. Anything I was doing, driving around. And I'll give a bit of a demonstration of that in a minute after this map. After this race. We'll go back to the free roam and I'll give a bit of a demonstration. I used to, originally when I used to play GTA Online, and well, when I used to stream it, I used to have nothing on the screen, and most of the time I'd be in cinematic mode whenever I could be. Because everybody was going on about, PlayStation, GTA 5 is awesome in fucking first person. Yeah, but it looks cooler in fucking cinematic. But everyone was like, I was like, everybody's using either first person or third person. Oh, what about cinematic view then? So I figured, oh, I'm going to start driving around in cinematic view. And I couldn't get the Rockstar to work, and it was the only way I could get some cool angles of shit. You were gone. So I drive like this. Oopsies. Now sometimes I still keep the little mini map on so that I can see where I need to go, because you know, when I'm playing by myself this is easy, but when I'm playing with other people and they want to do a mission, I kind of need it on because then I can see where the bad guys are, because I don't know where they are. And it doesn't matter what you do. If you drive nice or if you drive recklessly and you end up crashing or something, doesn't matter. Always looks cooler in this view. Ah, any other time that would have broke that lamppost. That would look cool. Trying to have a smoke at the same time, so my fingers aren't really working right now, so let me just... So yeah, I'd drive around and everything like that. That's how I'd drive around. It's the only way I could get some decent, cool camera angles. But here you go, let's have a look at some of my jobs. Okay, so... Lance Testy, steal Lance Armstrong's testy and bring it back to the laboratory. Dixon cider, they need it, so steal it to make them mad, and don't let them finish off the day with Dixon cider. Unfortunately, though, I don't have the ability to play that map right now. Need a second person. And I promised that person that I'd wait for them, so I'll continue waiting.
Guest services, can I help you, sir? Just call right back if you need anything.
So sometimes I'd go and I'd just go stand there in the middle of the street, in the middle of somewhere, and just you know, when you stand there and wait, you become idle. Eventually the camera starts looking around. I used to do that so I could get some footage of a clean screen. And if you go like this, you get that sort of darkness around the edge. But I'd do this as well. And I'd watch people, like I'd watch Criminal and Topeka fight and stand in the middle of battles and that, and get killed over and over and over again just to watch them kill other people, so I could be like a cameraman in the game. Some cameras have a fluid. If I crouch, I get more smoother.
I think I'm gonna pick up smoking.
No doubt.
So I just sit there and just slowly come in the view like this, as Criminal comes up and knocks one of the guys out, and their cigarette would go flying, you know, and then stuff like that. Make it work for you. If you can't work something out, get it to work for you somehow, and that's what you do. Move on. I wasn't letting it beat me. And then all of a sudden, because I couldn't get the Rockstar thing to actually load up, the Rockstar editing program, I could never get it to load up properly. So I was always never been able to play it. Never been able to make anything in there. And then one day I went and tried. I think I was trying like every couple of months. I'd go back and try again. And we're like, nah, still can't get it. And then one day it worked. It opened up. And I was like, oh, it's opened up. And I was like, oh, I can see the stuff inside here. Okay, let's have a look what they got. And that's when I learned how to use the Rockstar editing program. And I don't use this style anymore of filming. This style of filming is way more tedious. It's easy to end up damaging your car. Like at the moment, I can't see what was on the right hand side of my car then. Can't see what's on my left. And if you move the stick, I'm changing the camera with the right stick. So if I push it up, I'll get... If I push up, I'll get alongside the car. That's just pushing up. If I tap down, I get these ones. I go left. So, and knowing which one to flick to, basically which camera to switch to, is kind of annoying. But yep. Yeah, no, I just had to figure out a way to make it work for me. You know. It looks a bit better as well without having all that stuff on the screen. I do it with DayZ every now and then as well. Just means I have to go in my inventory to see my health. So here's another thing you can do. Okay, watch this. Now, cinematic will make me go like that. But what happens if it locks onto something and then I hit circle? Well, watch this. Okay, so this one's not doing it. Okay, so that's a good test. Never tried it with this car before. Normally when something locks on, you hit the circle button, you start following the rocket. Okay, so let's... So let's get rid of the cop. DayZ's a game I haven't seen in a long while on this channel. Oh yeah, I stopped playing it before Dead Island 2. It's on my PlayStation 5 at the moment, and I just don't play my PlayStation 5 that much. That's why I haven't been playing it. I'm going to get back into it though. I'll probably get back into it around December. So in a couple of days, a few days. Well, 8 days, 9 days, whatever. Okay. Mr. Zombie, you're wondering why we've kept you prisoner here. I have, sister. Why? You've kept us from the golden cucumber for too long now. The sisters of the golden cucumber of absolutely no fucking mercy have had enough with you. I was just thinking, out loud. Impossible. It's a good candy. TBD. I looked out at the chat and I just seen the golden cucumber I'm done with you comment again. That just reminded me. I do have more plans for DayZ. The other reason why I stopped as well is because me and Topeka, we used to run our own server, but then once the PC died, I had no way of being able to fix the server. I had no way to be able to restart it if it needed to be restarted or anything like that, because the option of doing it on the iPad's not the same. I couldn't do any modifications to it or fix it in any way. I couldn't even reset it if I needed to. So it just like, alright, we'll wait until we get a PC or figure out how to fix our PC. And that's been a couple of months now, but that was the other reason. PC died, so it was like, fuck, can't deal with that at the moment. And it's not like I don't have other maps and that I can go into. I can go into like Aussie Scotty's map and a couple other people and that. But I might take it off the PlayStation 5 and put it back on the PlayStation 4. Jeez, I don't even have many planes. That's about all I got. The other thing is I can't get good camera angles in this base, but I can with this. Rockstar don't work in here. So that bullet, we followed it that time. Okay, so planes and helicopters that have the rocket ability will work from it, not the Deluxo car. Okay. So that focused onto that all by itself. Because I hit the X button to fire the rocket, and as soon as I fired it, I hit circle. Ah, too far away. So you can do things like that. So I had to learn how to do these techniques and know that while I'm focused, I can't actually steer. Come on, guys, you want to follow me? Let's follow me. I'm not stopping till you guys take me out. Come on. I'm gonna get you. Come through the light pole city. Oh, get to my casino. I'm going to land and you ain't going to be able to get me. I don't want to spend 10,000 on getting this helicopter fixed up. There we go. All nicely landed. Now, I don't know how much money I actually made out there on that racing. We started first off, we started by becoming a dog and walking we walked all the way from the city all the way to Paleto Bay to the arcade and didn't get killed, which is fucking awesome.
Back if you need something, day or night.
I was shocked. Yes, he just does that. Let's go take a shower. Apparently you get RP and XP and all that. That is a cool picture. Where it from? Which picture was that? The anime chick on the wall? It's from a TV show that they have in the game. That's what it's from. I'm trying to remember what it's called. It's not the Laser Force. No, that wasn't what I wanted to do. There's the other problem with having no thingy on. You can't tell. Oh, I can't show you. That's right, because it's copy claim, so it won't let it go through. It won't show it on the screen. But yeah, it's from some anime show that they have on the TV station here, in the game. I'm not sure what it's for, but what I can do. Okay, let's see if we can find out. I won't tell you about how Rage 2 is free on PlayStation. Oh, sorry, PlayStation Deluxe. If you got PlayStation Plus Deluxe, Rage 2 is free on there. I was thinking about grabbing it, but I never finished Rage 1. My first experience into the Rage game was a mobile version of the game, which I fucking absolutely loved. Okay, let's go in here. Princess Robot Bubblegum. That's where she's from. She's from Princess Robot Bubblegum. Yeah, in pink. Yeah, that's Princess Robot Bubblegum.
Oh, the size of this place. I've never walked so far in all my life.
I told you to wear your other shoes.
Oh yeah, cool. Amazon Prime has a lot of good, a lot of games plus movies. Oh yeah. Peyote party.
Should we see if we can order some wings? I could really go for a dozen wings.
Wings? After all that gas you had last night? Oh, and you know they'll only cover up the spice.
Rage. Jesus Christ. I know I should just do a monthly one. Alright. But I know I should do a yearly one. Because me and Topeka are always streaming and playing games and that with each other and all that sort of stuff. We don't bother going to nightclubs, pubs or anything like that. We'll save our, you know, time to go and see a concert or something like that. But we don't go to nightclubs and that. We don't go to dinner parties and go out with people and shit like that. So we just watch movies or play video games when we're at home. Got nothing to do. So I should really get it. But I still just do it monthly. I really shouldn't. Because I know it's expensive doing it monthly. It's cheaper to do it yearly than it is monthly. But nah. Why'd I do that? Yeah, it's neither here nor there. You know, the only good thing about it is I get to play some games that I didn't have to buy. That's it. Got some games I can play. Half the games that are there, I don't even play them. Most of the games that they've got, yeah, I'm just not interested in. So I end up just a whole heap of games that I'm never going to play. Like I've heard of people talking about did I return it, didn't I? Here I am looking for it. I returned my personal vehicle. I didn't request it. I returned it. I've heard a lot of people say that they don't like buying the digital games because when they buy a digital game, Sony can determine that they're not going to have it on the PlayStation Store anymore and all that sort of stuff. I've never actually experienced any of that yet. And I don't know if PlayStation actually really does that. Only because it was a game I bought and I got told it's not on the PlayStation Store anymore, but I can still have access to it. And it might be a case of it's not there for you to purchase anymore, but if you purchase it, you still have it. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I can't even remember the game it was. It was one of my older live streams. They came in, they said, I thought this game was taken off PlayStation. I was like, well, I got it. And they were the one that suggested maybe because I bought it. I don't know if the other person owned it or not. And they were just worried about, and whether they were just worried about if they buy a digital game, they won't be able to play it eventually or something. I don't know. I haven't had any problem with any of mine that I've bought so far. Norman Reedus. Yes, was that the Walking Dead game? The one where he starts off and you're hunting a deer or something with a family member and that family member gets bitten or something? And you have to go through the fucking town and shit, and then you gotta pick your directions where you're going on the map and all that. If that's the one, yeah, I remember that game. I played that. That was fucking awesome. It wasn't very long. It didn't take me long to finish it. I guess it takes as long as you want it to take. You can just rush it, or you can just go stealthily. I was going stealth to make it take longer, but I forget what it was called. It was Walking Dead something. It was called PT. I thought it was like Instincts or something like that. I don't know. Can't remember. It's been so long. I do plan on getting the new Walking Dead game. Was a horror game. Oh, PT's a horror game. No longer available at the moment. I mean, if you were to pay like $50 for a game and then 2 weeks later they took it off and they said, sorry, we were scheduling to take it off. It's like, yes, but you just charged me full price knowing you fair well you were going to be taking it off. You should have warned people. I think everybody should get like a warning. If you purchased a game, you should get at least a warning, like a year warning, a year long, 12 months minimum, that says this game won't be available anymore. Would you like us to send you a copy of it on a hard copy so then you can continue playing it at your leisure? Or would you like to spend 12 months getting the game finished now so then you don't have to worry about missing out? Or for an extra $15, we'll trade you your digital game for a real life one. But now everything's sort of going to be going digital, isn't it? You still have the option with the PlayStation 5 to go digital or disc. I went digital. So it means all my games I have to buy on the PlayStation Store. Means I don't have the ability to trade games in or anything like that. That being said, what I'm going to be doing is very shortly I'm going to be starting to buy up all the PlayStation 4 games that I can get my hands on. If I haven't got the game, I'm going to buy it. If it's available, I'm going to buy it. I'm not going to have your pants pulled down over the price, but I'm going to buy it. And then I just store them away with the PlayStation 4. That's what I did with my PlayStation 3 games. Still got them all. Well, I prefer hard copy. I prefer a tangible item. But what I don't... what I'm also a big fan of is when you invent something new, you don't add old technology. For example, if they invented a mobile phone and added a walkie-talkie, it makes no sense to me. I've got a hard drive here that plugs into your computer, but also has a power cord that plugs into the wall. I'm fine with that, but I do prefer the hard drives where I can plug it in and I don't have to worry about having mains power. It draws power from the device it's plugged in. That's better. So if they make any more hard drives now at the moment that plug into your PC, but you need to put power to them, it's like, come on, man, that's old technology being added in anew. I do think that it was definitely a good option that they said you can have a disk drive PlayStation 5 that also allows you to get digital, or you can just go straight for a digital one. No, I'm streaming straight from the PC. I'm streaming straight from my PlayStation 4, and the headset I'm using is just a normal headset. Well, it's not normal. It's a Turtle Beach, but yeah, just a normal, standard, cheap Turtle Beach one. Well, cheap for Turtle Beach. And yes, my microphone is wired. Okay, yeah. I gave my Elgato away. Let me see if I can guess what your issue is. I was about to say that. And if you use a wired one, let me guess, when you're using your Elgato, it doesn't play the sound of the game when you're using a wired one. Because I gave my Elgato away because I bought it, couldn't get it working, no matter what. So I gave it to a viewer. I sent it to a viewer. The game went through. Okay, so the problem I was having on the SD5, the Elgato, the SD5, SD50 one, the problem I was having was if I plugged my headset in, I couldn't hear my party. I could hear me party and that. And all my party, Topeka and Criminal and all that, their voice would be recorded and their voice would come through the stream, but my voice wouldn't. And I was thinking, I'm the one that's got the device. Why are you recording it? Why are you playing everybody else's voice, but not mine? I started the party. I'm the one, and it was like, yeah, couldn't get it to work. Yeah, I couldn't get it to work at all, and I put it down to my PC wasn't good enough to work it, and I just got frustrated and I wanted to smash the device, but I'm not allowed to smash the device because Topeka's like, that was $350 fucking dollars. You can't just go smashing it. And I'm like, but I want to smash, and she's like, no smash. I was like, fine, I'm giving it away. She's like, fine, but you ain't breaking it. So I sent it away. I won't say who I sent it to, but I did send it to one of my viewers. Free of charge. No obligation for anything. Just figured, they can use it. That's how much things mean to me. You know, to me, an object like that means nothing to me. I know it's like $350. That's a lot of money. I get that, but it means nothing. Not trying to be arrogant, saying, "Oh, $350. That means nothing to me." Not trying to be arrogant. Just I don't have that. It's not one of those possessions I care about, sort of thing. You know, there are certain possessions I have in my home that I wouldn't part with them for the world, and then there are certain things that's like I don't give a shit. I honestly don't care. You know, I'm going to give that away. That cost you like $1,000. I don't give a shit. That's not the. I don't need it. That's the thing. You know, why don't you sell it? Ah, what's the point? I can't be fucked. But if you can sell it, then I have to fucking. I already know someone that can use it. I can give it to them, or I can sell it to somebody and have to learn someone else's shitty address and send it to them when they buy it, or have them come and pick it up and have some shitty cunt turn it up at me home. That's how private I am. I don't even like people turning up at me home. I like selling shit because people turn up at the house. I'm here to pick up that thing you advertised. No, fuck off. But there was baby clothes. Oh, god damn it! Topeka sold stuff online again. Yeah, and some of those things that I consider priceless, I'll be honest, they're easily replaceable. They're easily replaceable. Some of those things I consider priceless actually cost fuck all. They cost hardly any money at all. They're just priceless to me. It's going to get me some monies. My issue with the Elgato, quite frankly, is I just want to plug and play. That's all I want to do. I just want to get something that plugs in and works straight away. Not have to do this, go buy that. And that's what the Elgato's problem was. If I wanted to be able to use my headset, I had to go and get something else. I had to go get another cable, which was going to cost me like $60. And if I wanted to be able to use this bit, I had to make sure I did... Oh, for fuck's sake. That's twice I've bounced into it and I said, nope. This does that. And... Ah, you fuck! Rockstar, when they built this map, this particular thing, they really didn't do a very good job. Already done that. That was 3 times. The fourth time I'd actually picked it up. 3 times I dove under and didn't grab it at all. I refuse to get up. Yeah, I've thrown TVs away because the remotes died. Like, I've folded remotes in half because it pissed me off. So I have to snap the remote in half, and I'm like, God damn it! Now I've got to go get a new TV, because those TV remotes, those universal TV remotes you get, they never hook up. They never sync up. Oh, one universal remote. Universal for what? In what universe are they universal? But I don't... I try to stay away from technology. Like, as soon as I get frustrated with it, I say, Topeka, and she'll be like, what? And I'll be like, can you have a look at this for me, please? Because I'm about ready to fucking give this TV and monitor a punch in the head. It doesn't have a head. I'm going to punch something. It won't fix it, no, but it makes me feel better. Let's go have a look, see if the peyote's over at the Mount Chiliad. And it's false advertising when they know for a fact they didn't market it towards every... They didn't make it so that it fucking works on every single TV. They know that because they don't even have the blueprints for every single TV. Every country has their own styles, and other countries make stuff inferior or better. And you know, you make a universal remote, you try it on 4 or 5 TVs and it works. You can hardly call that universal. But I like plug and play. I was hoping Elgato, I just plug it in, plug my PlayStation through, and I'll be good to go. But no, it's not. It's advertised that way. And nearly every single prick that I watched on YouTube, I fucking watched at least 200 fucking different people about how to set up Elgatos. And to all those 200 people that I watched, you're all a bunch of assholes. You never talked about any of the fucking stuff. You never talked about any of your computer program or what sort of computer you've got that's running your fucking Elgato. You never talked about the extra cables that are needed, and you made it sound like you just pull it out the box, plug it in, and away you go. And that's definitely not what happens. So, to all those cocksuckers, you can eat a bag of dicks too. I'm sure Kid Rock will share. I didn't care. I just thought, nah, I can... All I wanted the Elgato for, I still was going to stream from a PlayStation. I just wanted the Elgato, so then if my stream ended, I was still going to be playing my PlayStation. I just wanted the Elgato, so if my stream ended because I got blue screened, it didn't just end the stream. That's all. So I just said to myself, nah. If the stream ends, the stream ends. If I get blue screened now, oh well, I got blue screened. I don't care no more. I gave up on Elgato and all that sort of shit. And then sometimes, I don't know if people actually... Oh look, there's a peyote. Sometimes Elgato's actually the worst thing for a channel. It's the worst. Hey, we're another dog. Let's see if we can get down this hill without dying. So for example, most people that use Elgato go a little bit overboard with it. Number one, if I've got the chat, if I'm watching on YouTube, okay, so everybody out there, this is just some advice from me. I'm not saying anybody has to do this, and I'm not saying anybody's channel is wrong if they do this. I'm just saying, as a bit of feedback, I don't need to see your chat on your fucking screen. I'm reading the chat right next to the video, okay? And the chat next to the video that YouTube provide doesn't interfere with the actual game. So get the chat off the screen, guys. You don't need the chat on the screen. The place where I'm typing, that's where I can read the chat. Okay? Now, if you've got it on there because you need it on there for yourself, that's fine. But generally, most people's, you know, are watching a TV screen and their Elgato computer system's next to them with all the setup on it. So, yeah, you don't need to have it on there, guys. You can get rid of that off. Why take away some of the gameplay and the visual thingy of the game by having it hidden and covered up by a chat? Second, when you have a chat on your screen, if someone comes in and starts saying some derogative stuff, guess what's stuck in your video for life? You can always turn the comments off so that no one can read those stupid comments that are in there, but they're stuck on your screen now for life because you chose to have your chat displayed on your game. So there you go. There's another bit of advice. Thirdly, for everything you put on your fucking screen that's flashy, that stays there. I'm not talking about when someone drops when someone has it come up that a subscriber joined or anything like that. I'm talking about when people have their banner and all that sort of stuff on the on it. It's like, you don't need that there. Oh, but I need to advertise my channel. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the channel name underneath the video advertises that. You don't need it on the screen. Advertising your channel. I know where I'm at. It just takes up screen. I'm more interested. I didn't come to see the fucking. I didn't come to see the displays you can put on your channel. I come to watch the gameplay, and I'm not seeing very much of it because. Getting onto my fourth point. Most of the people that are watching on small little teeny devices, and you've just shrunk down the game screen even more with all the stuff you put on it. Hardly any of us can actually see it all. If you're showing a game off, don't take away the game. That's all. But other than that, I don't have, you know, that's just some feedback, and that feedback that's probably more relatable to me than it is to anybody else. There are other people out there might not feel the same way I do. I just think to myself, I'm already see the chat. I don't need to see it on the screen as well. That's just taken away from the game. As soon as the chat moves on, here's what happens. So as soon as the chat moves on someone's gameplay and it's on their screen, as soon as that chat moves, guess what happens? My eyesight goes straight to that because it moved. I'm not focusing on the game. I've seen something move on the screen. And my eyesight just went, huh? What was that? And then I realised it was chat. And then I go, oh, I wasn't interested in chat. And it's not that I'm not interested in chat and I don't care about people in people's chats. It's just that, no, I've got the strip there where I'm typing. And then next to that I've got a screen that also shows the strip that I'm typing. It just makes no sense. Oh, and if you're using a camera, right? If you're using a camera, guys. Ow. If you are using a camera, it's kind of creepy when you see people looking at it in the camera all the time, in the camera eye all the time. You catch their eyes catching the camera. Looks creepy. I'm not saying that as an issue or anything like that. That's just looks creepy. Looks creepy / borderline narcissistic. Again, I'm not judging anybody or having a go at anybody in particular or anything like that. I'm just just a little feedback. Can a dog catch a train? Let's see if we can land on the next train. if we can get down low enough without hurting ourselves, we might be able to. Oh, no, 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 no! Having something like pop up afterwards, like if you have something, like if you're doing a match, let's say you're doing a match, like let's say you're playing Call of Duty and you're doing a match. If you have stuff pop up before and after, that's not distracting to the actual gameplay. But once the gameplay starts, when people have things pop up, it's distracting. Sometimes it can pop up straight away. Like sometimes it can be a bit of an issue. For example, if you've got if you have, it's say such and such subscribe to the channel while you're in the middle of playing a game, and it comes up, pops up, and you've got it set to where it can pop up saying someone's subscribed to your channel. That's cool, but only one person cares about that. Narcissistic people that need to see their own name. No one else in the chat cares. Oh, and it doesn't actually promote people to subscribe as well. Well, it does. The ones that see that names come up and then they decide to subscribe, you can either go, well, they're subscribing because they care, because people are going to subscribe. That's fine. You know, that's the whole point. You do YouTube, people subscribe. The problem is when they have it on there, I always think to myself, oh man, I wish all those people subscribed after the match, because then it wouldn't be interrupted with, because like you get like one person I was watching, he had like 15, 20 people subscribe, right, all at once, sort of thing, and it just kept popping up, and I was like, that would have been good to have it pop up afterwards. You know, if they could delay that to where it pops up afterwards, or you could have it pop up at the end, here's a list of all new subscribers, that's different, that'd be okay. I just hate things popping up in the middle of the game that's not game related. You know, it's got nothing to do with the actual thing that I'm watching, and then that just, it jumps up and it just takes me out of it for a second. Sometimes if it's happening too much, it takes me out of it more, and I'm not really paying attention to the game, and I generally just go and, you know, especially if you go to a channel because they're playing a game you've never seen before, and you're thinking about whether you want to play it or not. You know? But again, I'm not saying anybody needs to do anything. Everybody has their reasons why they do things. It's not my place to understand them. People do their own thing, and I'm okay with that. I just, you know, like I said before, I have opinions and ideas about things. Didn't I have a car? How did I get over here? Oh, that's right. I was a dog. And I died. Oh, well. Okay, so what we'll do now... Hey, yeah, like, you know, like I say, there's no real right or wrong way. Some people like all that flashy stuff, so who am I? Who am I to say that it's wrong? I just find it annoying. But that's me being selfish and narcissistic, saying, you know, oh, I wish it was all the way I like it, you know. So you know, everyone, I think we're all the same, in a sense. All I know is I've never instantly subscribed to someone's channel because I've seen someone else's name pop up because they've subscribed to the channel. I've never done that. Nothing that has ever been displayed on a screen with Elgato has interested me, or not just Elgato, but nothing that's been displayed on people's screens while they're streaming. No one's thumbnails. And none of that has ever influenced me on whether I subscribe to a channel. And people asking me to subscribe to a channel hasn't influenced me to subscribe to the channel. I just subscribe to things I want to see more of. I'm able to know whether I like something or not. But I understand that's what people do. That's what you do. You know, you're supposed to say like and subscribe and all that sort of stuff, and you know. But I'm also in the mindset I don't care. I don't care if anybody subscribes or not. I'd rather people subscribe because they wanted to. I don't want to feel like pressuring people or badgering people. Plus, I'm assuming everybody's adults and they already know how to do all that stuff. They don't need to be... I'm assuming not everybody's retarded. They don't need to be told 20 million times in their life that's what happens. If you like something, you subscribe to it. I'm just assuming people are smart enough to make the decision themselves. Or even if what would be better is if people designated certain space around, like if they could put a border around and they have the screen in the middle of the game, and if none of their displays or anything like that actually cross over into that, that would be better, because at least then you got the full screen of the game still. You could have all your stuff on the sides, below, above, whatever. Just put them in the peripheral. But then the problem is the moving objects. When people put moving objects, it draws the eye. And that's what it's supposed to do. If you're watching a video game and then you're getting your eye drawn into something that's not actually related to the video game, I'm like, God damn it, I fell for it again. That moved and I looked over there and I didn't need to. I used to be I still am, I still follow this channel, and I watch them on a regular. But there was one guy that was saying, oh, you need to make sure your thumbnails are flashy and all that sort of stuff, and it's like, why? I didn't understand it. Well, you need to make a thumbnail. It's got to be flashy. You can't use in-game screens shots, or you know, you can't use in-game as your thing. You won't get followers or anything like that. You need to do it this way. And I was just like, why? And I admit, I fell for it at the beginning. I started doing thumbnails all the time, and then I realised that's a lot of fucking work. Come up with a new thumbnail idea? Ah, man. sometimes I've racked my brain to come up with a thumbnail idea. By the time I got the thumbnail made, I'm not interested in playing the game now. I'm tired. I'm bored. I wasted too much time on it. So now I just play the game. I do have some thumbnails that other people have made for me and sent me and said, "Here, you can use this as a thumbnail." Criminal's made a few for me. And I've got a few there that I tinker with every now and then, and I go, yeah, for things that I go, I might do this in the future. And sometimes I've got a few thumbnails there every now and then. I'll chuck it on. When I did Dead Island, I put a thumbnail on every single one of those Dead Island 2 videos. I don't know why I bothered. I think it was because I was on PlayStation 5. I was just trying to make everything from the PlayStation 5 look a bit better. But it was a standard thumbnail. There was nothing flashy about it at all. It was just a screenshot of the game and then my logo down the bottom corner. Nothing else. Oh, it said Dead Island 2, but nothing else. It didn't have any, you know, don't forget to like, subscribe, you know, any other writing on it that was actually saying anything thingy, except for my one about the all 48 trophies and platinum. But yeah, I just kept it. I just tried to keep it as simple as possible. As soon as I heard the more colours and shapes and that you had, I thought to myself, who are you trying to entice to come to your channel? Adults or children? And I looked at it myself and I said, well, I want to talk to adults and I really don't want to talk to children. I want to be able to say what I want to say. I don't want to have to worry about someone going, you said that in front of a child, that was inappropriate. You know, I don't want to worry about that. So I'm not trying to attract children. So I don't need bells and whistles and flashy lights and lots of colours and shapes and stuff like that. But I do agree 100% that if you want your channel to grow, you have to promote yourself. It doesn't mean you need to say it 50 times in a 30-minute video. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Once every hour and a half is probably fine. If you said it and your chat hasn't changed, if your numbers of your people in your chat hasn't changed, and the people that you're reading the comments from, if that list of people hasn't changed, don't bother saying it again. You don't need to. They're already aware. And if you can see you got 5 people watching and you're looking and you got 5 moderators in your chat, don't bother saying it. They're probably aware. Save your breath. If you see your chat go from 10 to 15 to 20 people and they're all new people, then yeah, maybe say it. But it doesn't need to be said every 5 minutes. It's fine if people do though. I just think to myself, look, when you're one channel, when you're saying it, you probably don't feel like it's being said that much. But when you're a person that goes to 100 different people a day to support, and everybody says it several times, then it's something you hear a lot. And I just get to that point where I just go, I say to myself, when people always go, yeah, because no one knows by now I fucking subscribe on YouTube. We all know this. Again, you know, different horses, different courses, you know. If someone chooses to do it that way, they're choosing to do it that way. I don't do it that way mainly because YouTube told me I have to do it that way. They're not telling me I have to, like forcing me. They're not forcing me to or anything like that. As soon as I became partnered with it, they gave me they said, you should make a video promoting your channel, telling people how everybody, if they like and subscribe, and they can become members and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, why? People already know that, don't they? Don't people know that? I'm sorry, but if there's people online that are watching YouTube that go, I know how to make furniture now because I watched a YouTube video. I know how this political party thinks because I watched a YouTube video. Yeah, well, then they know how to fucking like and subscribe because guess what? They watched a YouTube video. I don't think that people shouldn't say it. I just think that sometimes people will say it way too much in the same stream. You know? And if you're wondering how to do it, guys, just look at some of the other bigger YouTubers out there that might say, don't forget to like and subscribe at the beginning, and they might say, don't forget to like and subscribe at the end. But in the middle, they don't bother banging on about it, unless they have an intermission, a break, which means they don't do it every 5 minutes. They do it every hour or so. So it's not so in your face, you know. To me, every time someone says it 20 times in the one stream, it's like a door-to-door salesman knocking on my door. Yeah, that's it. You see many different methods and all that sort of stuff on how people do it, and to them, they might think to themselves, well, I didn't say it that much. It's like, yes, I know you didn't. But when someone's supporting in that collectively, how many times do you think that person's heard it in a day? The other thing is too is the ratio of how much it pops up with Streamlabs and Nightbot. You don't need it to pop up every 5 minutes with Nightbot, and it can be really, really bad only because here's how it's bad. I have seen plenty of YouTubers get into big barneys and arguments with other YouTubers, and 9 times out of 10 it all started because someone missed a comment. Why do they miss a comment? Well, I can analyse a few of the channels where I've seen this happen, and if I analyse it, I'd say maybe because they had their Streamlab popping up with fucking shit all the time, that it made the comment disappear. I was in a chat the other day and someone came in and just kept spamming shit, and they're a mod and that, and they kept spamming shit. Someone came in and said hello, and then the other person decided that they wanted to, they were having troubles with something, so they just put 20 times in a row the exact same comment. And they're a mod, and it wasn't a negative comment or anything like that. But that 20 different lines of text made that person's hello disappear, and the host missed that person coming in. I've seen in the same channel, their Nightbot has done the same thing. With saying, don't forget to like and subscribe, don't forget to like and subscribe, don't forget to like and subscribe, don't forget to like and subscribe. You know, all that sort of thing. Popping up within 5 minutes of each other, or within, 10 messages in the chat. And it's like, guys, whoever just came in and said hello has probably left now and thought no one's going to see my comment, and you didn't, because you're either your mod who decided to spam, who you didn't say, oi, pull your head in, man, I want to be able to read fucking chat. And or by the Streamlabs itself just drowning out whatever was in the chat. And I think the big issue would be balance. It is very hard to balance it. No one should listen to me and go, well, I'm going to do my channel so that I don't upset Zombie. No. Do it your own way. Just know that some people aren't impressed by it. They don't give a shit about it. And you don't have to have it as often as you do. You don't have to. There are ways around it. If you're seeing lots of new people coming into the chat, then yeah, maybe let them know that they can subscribe. But most of the time when I got the message sitting there as well. I've got it turned off though. I don't have it turned on. So my Streamlabs never bothers to say it because I don't bother. I don't have lots of people coming in. I mean, yeah, I got people coming in, but nearly everybody that comes in is subscribed already. I don't need to burden them with it. And if one extra person comes in, I don't need to tell them. I'm not going to have the message pop up just in case a new person comes in and just in case they don't know that's what they can do. I'm just going to assume that everyone's smart enough to know. And if there is someone that's like not smart enough to know that that's what they can do, then I will assume they're either A, new to YouTube, or B, probably not someone I'm probably going to connect with very well anyway. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'll still connect with people either way. I don't care. Plenty of people I'm subscribed to not subscribed to me. You know. But yeah, I mean it's something to think about, and that's the other thing. You know, there is so many different ways you can do it. There's no. I don't know if there is a single right way or a single wrong way. Well, there probably is, but I don't know what it is. I don't even know what I'm doing, so no one should listen to me. No one should take any of my advice. I don't even know what I'm doing. I just picture. I just have the same, and I just want to point out too. I have the same opinion about the displays on the screen and the subscribe and all that sort of stuff. That's not something new. That's a thing I've had my whole life. I don't give a fuck that KFC's fucking sponsoring the cricket. I'm trying to watch the cricket. Get your shitty fucking KFC logo off the screen. You're taking up the fucking screen. Same with sports events. I don't care about the stuff. Just show me the sports. I don't care about the fucking... When they do that whole transition from a half-time... Like, they do an instant replay. They do a transition that has the advertisement for the company that's sponsoring or something. It's like, I don't fucking give a shit. I don't... Just show the fucking replay. Just show the fucking... Just show the game. It's like... I don't care about box seat membership. You only have limited fucking seats anyway, and you keep banging on about it as if everybody has the opportunity to fucking get a seat. No, you don't. They're box offers. It's a finite number of fucking seats. Say it once at the beginning of the sporting event, and then leave it. Maybe say it again at the end, and then leave it. You don't need to. Just before we go to this ad commercial, don't forget we have box office seats available for people that want to become members of the season for the sports. That's another reason why I don't use the ads. Any ads you see on my channel are not there put by me. I don't actually turn the ads on. That's why you're not getting mid-roll ads in the middle of my stream or anything like that, because I'm not turning the ads on. Nothing against anybody that turns the ads on. I'm just doing it as a form of protest. No, because I don't get it. I don't. It's a case for me. It's a case of I'd rather take ad money revenue than be donated money, because I'd rather people spend their own money on their lives, their family and stuff like that. And I do appreciate when people donate, and I do appreciate when people become members, but I only turn the membership on just so I can have my emojis. That's it. That's the only reason why I did it. And to keep it, I got to keep it on. But I wasn't trying to get members. And I was okay with the idea of getting some money from the ads, because I was like, well, if YouTube's going to give out a cookie, I want a cookie. I want my cookie. But I don't want, they spend billions of dollars on advertisements, so I've got no problem taking a bit of that money. But I don't want to take money from hard-earned people or anything like that. And I always feel bad when someone comes into my chat and I can clearly tell that they're drunk and they donate, because it's like, oh man, why'd you do that? Did you do that because you were drunk? I want to give the money back, but I don't know how to. So it just sits there. I just give it to grandkids. But the other reason is the ads won't, if I swear too much, or if I show a game that's got violence in it, or the game swears too much, then you don't get the ad revenue. They put ads there, but you don't get the revenue. You still get the ads, but you don't get the revenue. And I figure, well, if I'm not getting the revenue from the ads, then I'm not putting the ads on. And until YouTube makes it so then the host can decide which company they want to have an ad advertised on their product. Because someone, I had this Australian fella, he said to me, he goes, do you support Clive Palmer? And I was like, what? He goes, Clive Palmer, the fucking member of parliament, do you support him? No. Why is his fucking ad on your channel then? Because I don't get a say in the ads. That's why. So if there was voting coming up in America, then attached to my channel will be a vote Biden or vote Trump or vote whoever. I don't want people thinking that I support either one of them. Because I don't. Because they're politicians. I don't support politicians. Again, it falls back to that I don't support a group you can't make fun of. If a group takes itself so seriously to where they can't be made fun of, I don't support them. So, yeah, but I don't want those ads attached to my channel, but I don't get a say. So the only way I get a say, and that's by saying, well, I'm not turning them on. Now, if any ads get put there, that's not by me, that's YouTube. And YouTube always chuck on ads on any of my videos I do where I put copyright music. And I have no problem with that. I have had about 6,000 copyright claims put against my channel so far. No bad things ever happened to my channel for it. Any money that gets made from the ad company goes straight to the artist. I got no problem with that. That's why I don't understand why people get upset when they go, oh, copyright, copyright. And there are times when I will deliberately try and avoid it. And that's because I don't actually like the artist, so I don't want them getting any money. I'm like, I don't support that music. I don't want them getting paid. No, let's block that song. But I don't understand why people get so upset by... Okay, if you're a little channel and you're worried, okay, if you're a little tiny channel and you're worried about the copyright claiming and all that sort of stuff, I just want to point out, I know a guy who's got nearly every single one of his video has copyright music in it. 78,000 subscribers, never has a fucking issue, channel's not going anywhere, channel's not at threat of being taken down. Been doing it since 2012. So if you're a little channel and you're worrying about fucking copyright claims, stop. There's no fucking need to worry. They're just saying, hey, the any ad money you get from that's going to the artist. That's all the copyright claim's doing. Yep, you know exactly who I'm talking about, Shiny. You know exactly who I'm talking about. And if that ain't proof that copy claims are nothing to worry about, I don't know what else is. And like I said, I've had at least 6,000 put against me so far, and I've never had to worry about any of them. And the person I'm talking about has probably been told a handful of times, please stop using that song or else we'll take legal action. And that's when you need to worry. And they do the right thing and make sure they don't get in trouble and go, yep, no worries, I'll do that, no problem. But that's the only time you need to worry. And that's when they say, we're going to give you a strike. And just to be clear, there's copyright claims and there's copyright strikes. Strikes don't happen too much with copyright, and they don't generally happen straight away. Generally, they have to notify you, give you like 7 days or some shit like that to take it down or change it or whatever. Something like that. But it's not the end of the world to use copyright music. It's not the end of the world. Most of the artists, they're still getting a couple of dollars here and there. They're still making money off it. There's been some songs that I've heard from other people that they've tried to use, they've used in videos, and I've gone, wow, I never heard that song before. That's awesome. And now I'm a fan of the band that plays that song. And if it wasn't for that person using that song in that video clip, I would never have even known they existed. So it's also advertisement. Whoops. Yeah, exactly. Cookies going around. You want some of them. Let's just sit here for a second. I'm going to have a smoke and a drink of me coffee while we wait. So, yeah, look, I understand why people are worried about copyright claims, because they don't want anything negative going against their channel, and a copyright claim sounds like something negative. But honestly, it's not really anything to worry about, guys. But I will say this. When you say you're not interested in the money on YouTube, but then you say you're worried about the copy claim, well, the copy claim only stops you getting money from the ad. That's all it does. It stops you getting money for the video because it's got the music in it. Now, granted, when people say they don't like getting a copyright claim for a game having music in it, that I totally understand. That I totally understand, because 9 times out of 10, when I make a video and I put music into it, I'm choosing to add that music. When I play a video game, whatever music's in it, like if I play GTA, let's say I play GTA, record it on my PlayStation, offline, and then make a video. Let's say I'm on the radio station and actually have Britney Spears playing. Number one, I didn't choose to put Britney Spears in the video. The game chose that for me, so yeah. When you're live, it's like, well, it just happens. Sometimes there's music in games and you're just going to have to deal with it. I guess that's where an Elgato could really help out. Or, you know, those types of programs could really help out. Because at least if there is something that's copyrighted, you could probably, you know, mute it and play something over the top of it. Or if there's nudity in a game and you're worried that it might get you an inappropriate content warning, then you could put like a picture over the screen, or pull that screen down and still be live and not have to worry about ending the stream. So I guess that's where the Elgato and that would be handy. Where all that sort of stuff, that's where it's handy. That's where you go on, put all that big stuff on the screen now. Yep. I think the problem is that the copyright claim itself is like the studios that actually make the music. They treat people that use copyright music as if they're trying to say it's their song, and it's like, no one is saying it's our song or anything like that, right? It's like, it's in the song. And I believe if you're an artist out there and you want to give your money, if you want to give one of your songs to a let's say a video game, you want to lend your music to a video game, we know you got paid for that song to be in the video game. It would just be nice if you said we're not going to strike anybody or give anyone any copyright claims if the song is in the game that they're playing. If they take the song and they add it to a different game that we didn't license that song to, then we'll give you a copy claim. But because it's in the game and we know that people stream now, we're not going to give you a claim, because the copyright claim sounds bad. When you say copyright claim, it makes it sound like you're in trouble, but you're not. It's just an acknowledgement that it's not your music and you don't own it, therefore it can go to other people. The money you make from it goes to other people. I only lose ad revenue though, guys. That's all you lose is ad revenue. Like a copy claim is not gonna stop me. Like if someone donated, let's say you donate $100 to somebody, right? And they get a copy claim because the music's in there. Oh well, they still got their $100. That doesn't get touched. Any money that goes through membership, donations, super chats, or anything like that does not get touched through because of copy claim. That's yours. It's only ad revenue. Only ad revenue. That's it. So everybody, when you cry about I got a copyright claim, alright, I've got a couple of videos that do have ads on it. They're old ones, okay? And I've made, with those ads on, and then some of my highest views, one of them's got 24,000 views, okay? And I've made 0.006 of a cent. If you're crying about copyright claims, you're crying about a fraction of a cent. So if so there's no point getting upset by it. Don't let it bother you. Just enjoy the game. Enjoy adding some music to it. And if they go give you a copyright claim, go, yeah, no worries. Cool. You know? But if you get upset and cry about, oh no, I got a copyright claim, okay. Well, those that actually know how much you get know that you're whinging for no reason. Don't bother. Just stop. It's not worth it. It comes across as petty. They stopped my video, gave me a copy claim. How many views do you have on it? I've got like 120 views on it. Wow. Well, if 24,000 views gets me 0.006 of a cent, what do you think you made for your 100 views?
Can you even make like minuses of a cent?
Hang on a second. G'day, Jimmy. How you going, mate? At 100 subscribers, I think you're actually owing YouTube money at that point. It hasn't even got to a point where they have to pay you. It's you got to owe them now.
Soviet Russia, YouTube in Soviet Russia.
So yeah, so there are certain things that just like make me roll my eyes. And I still subscribe to the people and I'm still following the people. I don't judge the people outside. I just think to myself, I've already said to them before, no, you don't have to worry about a copyright claim. Strikes you worry about strikes, don't worry about claims. Even worse, when they don't even have any ads on their channel in the first place. They're not even monetized and they're crying about it. It's like, I know some people that do it because they just want to get into the mindset of trying to make sure they don't put too much copyright claim stuff up. And of course, when you put, of course, a lot of me and the other person I was talking about a second ago, Shiny, me and him, we experience a lot of blocks from Russia. Russia doesn't like our music. Every time we get a message from YouTube going, "Oh, your video's been blocked in Russia," we're both like, "So." It's like someone saying to us, your video clip will not be allowed to be played on Mars. We're like, yeah, okay. Whatever. That's fine. I've never driven one of these type of go-karts in real life. Open-wheeled ones I have, but not these type. With the bumper rails around them. Get in one of these and a pair of shorts and a pair of thongs, and you get out afterwards and you fucking stand too close to the wheel and you get touched with the sticky wheel. That fucking burns. A bit of hot wheel touches you. Guardrail around it might be a good idea. I missed a checkpoint. I normally miss a checkpoint on this map anyway. So it's not because I don't have the mini-map up. I just normally always miss a checkpoint somehow. But hey, if someone wants to be consciously making the decision to try not to put copyright, I can't fault that. I'm not going to fault that. You know, I'm not going to say, oh, they're wrong, they should just, you know, just play it anyway. No, 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 no. No, no, by all means. If someone wants to take the time out to actually make sure that their music isn't copyrighted that's going on the channel, that's probably a good idea. It's not necessarily a bad idea. You know, I'm not saying it's a bad idea to worry about it. It's a good idea to not worry about it. I'm just saying I don't bother with it because it really makes no difference. It's not anything I need to concern myself about. It's not a strike. It's not detrimental to the channel or anything like that. Patrick Stewart. Oh man, you mean Sir Patrick, isn't it? It's Sir Patrick now, isn't it? Sir Patrick Stewart. I like when Rudy Giuliani was saying about how, oh, they wanted to knight me after September 11 and I wouldn't accept it, blah, blah, blah. And it was like, well, what about this photo of you accepting the knighthood and being knighted and you receiving and holding your plaque there of being knighted and being happy about it? What about that? Did that not happen? Hi, I'm Sir Patrick Stewart, and today I'm going to be racing a Formula 1 car. I love how Patrick Stewart is actually an American dad. I fucking love that. He plays Avery. It seems like my post-coital sexual Wii stream split and forked. Yeah, I fucking sat down this afternoon, fucking nodded off, woke up at like 10:30 or some shit, and seen that Jimmy was live. I went over there and I think he finished about 5 minutes after I went in. Yep, Adam West in Family Guy. Hearing the phone ring at the fucking dry cleaners and then starts dancing going, "This is my jam." Renee Zellweger used to do the voice of Bonnie, Joe's wife. In the Cleveland show, the chick that does the voice for Hoyt's mother is Fergie from the Black Eyed Peas. Haven't seen her after the surgery, Renee Zellweger? No, I haven't seen her either. What was she having surgery for? Was she having 2 nipples grafted to her forehead? Because that would make her a lot more of an interesting person. But that could be said about everybody. Everybody would be a lot interesting if they had nipples on their forehead. Well, maybe not everybody. Like, just one nipple. Everybody needs one nipple on their forehead. Just one nipple. In the middle of your forehead, just above your nose, somewhere you can rest your glasses on. Just make sure you get scratch-resistant glasses, just in case it's cold. You might scratch your glasses with some hard nips. And think about it, for the lady that's just had twins, if you had a 3rd nipple on your forehead, at least daddy's still got something to play with while you feed the babies. You can go, this one's for baby number 1, this one's for baby number 2, and this one's for the hubby. You can sit there and flick your nipple on top of your head. I don't care if no one else finds that funny, I find that funny. I just pictured someone walking in and rubbing a nipple on someone's head going, "Oh, hello dear, you look good." You happy to see me? Nipple there's a bit cold, is it? Oh. G'day Black Wolf, how you going, man? Hope you are doing well. One filled with milk, one filled with water, the other is out of order. Oh, that is awesome. That sounds like that joke was made specifically for Total Recall. Oh, look, one with milk, one with water. I guess the middle one's out of order. Maybe. Or if you just come up with that yourself, mate, you're a fucking genius. And might I also point out, that's relatively poetically put. So, fuck Eminem, the pretentious prick. Anyone can rhyme shit together. I don't know. I got no beef with Eminem. I like Eminem's music, most of it. There's some songs I don't. Some songs I don't, some of the songs I'm like, meh. Not as strong as the other ones I feel, but other than that, I don't have a problem with Eminem. Even though I just called him pretentious, I'm sure most people realise that was just me being silly. It's based off an interview he did one time when he's like, everybody comes up to me and tells me that they don't know how to rhyme words together, and you know that they can't find a word that rhymes with orange. And I was like, orange, door hinge. I was like, door hinge doesn't rhyme with orange, dickhead. Hinge, it's it only rhymes if you manipulate the word to kind of sound like it but not really sound like it. But door hinge isn't one word, is it? Because if that's the case, then yeah, I know a word that rhymes with orange. Old minge. Gold minge. So I was like, that word doesn't rhyme. You just twisted it to, you twisted it into a fucking, you know, butchered and twisted the word to make it kind of sound like it, but it's a couple of words together. And yeah, so I just always make that joke. Don't get me wrong, I think fucking Eminem's a brilliant artist putting the words together. I could do the exact same thing, but he'd be able to do it in seconds where it would take me. He'd be able to put a line together in seconds where it would take me a couple of weeks, maybe even longer. And he knows how to flow the words better than me as well. So, you know, give credit where credit's due. He's way better at fucking rhyming and rapping and shit like that than I am. I've never written a rap in my life. I've rewritten raps and rewritten songs, but just changing it to what I believe. I shouldn't say I've rewritten, you know, songs. No. I've rewritten a few lyrics, is what I should have said. I haven't actually rewritten like a whole song. I don't want to give that impression, but I have rewritten a few lyrics. I think we all have at some point. We've heard a song and went, haha, that sounded like that could have been this phrase instead. So then that's all we hear from now on. You know, like Peter Griffin. I bring these gifts for you, they're up in my bum. Yeah, we all do shit like that. That's what I meant to say. Yeah, I've rewritten a few lyrics. Ah. Final lap, yeah. There we go. and zombies in first place. Very hard for him to be in first place. He shouldn't be in first place, but he is the only one on the track. And yet he is still in first place. How does he do it? I'll tell you how. I'm the only one on the track. Ah, shit, wrong way. And it looks like Zombie is coming into the last straight. He's been stuck behind all the people, the whole pack, the whole race. But he has come out in front, overtaken 0 cars to get first place, and will take the cup. A victory from behind. How did he do it? He pulled off the impossible. He beat himself. I haven't seen a beating of oneself worse than that one time I got the wrong movie from the adult store. Jesus Christ, that was long. All right. Anybody in chat like Black Sabbath and Dire Straits and all that? $500,000. That's not bad. Ozzy's a legend. Yeah, he is. I'm going to put something in chat in a second. I'm going to put a link in chat. Feel free to watch it or not. Makes no difference. Yeah, he was always saying, this is what he was saying. Let me translate for you. I can translate for you. Allow me to translate for you. Sharon, I can't take a shit unless I have my morning bran muffin. You know this, Sharon. Alazzy. Yeah, just don't look up the Oz Pawns. Did I walk in or did I drive my car in? Just waiting to be able to put this link in the chat. Just waiting for the ads to play. This video's got ads on it. And I just wanted to... I could have skipped them, but I just let them play because I support the artist, you know. The person's recreated the song. They've done a... it's a copy... They've done a cover of Paranoid. And it's actually not too bad. But they done it as if it was like done by Mark from fucking Dire Straits. His name's Gofflin, or whatever his fucking name is. I forget his name. But yeah, give that a check out. That's actually pretty good. Pretty good cover of the song too. In the style, it's a Paranoia, a Black Sabbath Paranoia in the style of Dire Straits. I did get a lot of footage today in the Rockstar of the dog and the shooting and all that sort of stuff that was happening. So we got a lot of that today. That'll be edited down. I still got to do some more peyote work. Let's see if I can find the other one. Yeah. That's what I was saying at the beginning of the stream too, the difference between education and intelligence. I'm educated and know how to play a guitar. I know how a guitar works, but I'm not intelligent enough to be able to take that guitar and use someone else's style and turn a different style of music into someone else's. I'm not intelligent enough for that. And to be fair, I'm barely educated on the guitar as well at the same time. You know, I can play, but just not well. I can't play like 7D Sins Gaming. He plays way better than I can. Way better than I can. My son can play better than I can. But at the beginning, he started learning because I was teaching him. So, and I just taught him a couple of things and then told him basically, well, just keep practicing that and you'll figure it out. There's other sounds there, you'll figure it out. And then I showed him how to read the tablets of music and all that sort of stuff, and now he can do it by himself. He don't need my help. And he can memorize it and coordinate his fingers a lot better than I can.
It's a great fucking city, but the traffic kills.
Impotent Rage is going to go on a rampage.
Hey, buddy, yo, what's up?
Burn it down! About to die. So the reason why I did that dance at the end of that little move there is because that's a cut-off point thingy for me. That's a marker that's telling me, right, you've marked that for a reason. You did that for a reason. Let's see, any more money we can grab from here?
Guest services, can I help you, sir? Hello? No
There we
problem.
go. No
Just call
problemo.
right back if you need anything.
No, I did. When I was younger, I played drums and piano when I was in foster care and stuff like that. I really like the drums. I like piano. I like guitar. Um, I'll pretty much have a crack at any musical instrument. My left arm and my left hand doesn't work as good as it used to because I had an accident with it. So a couple of fingers don't work as good. They don't have the strength to be able to push down on the strings properly. So that's what stopped me playing guitar now. I don't play guitar very much because I just don't have the ability to be able to make all the chords. I have to fudge it, and while I can play a song that people will go, oh, I know that song, I don't have the ability to be able to
There's a 17.
be quick with it.
A 10. Another?
I'm going to guess you're going to go over.
A 14. A 17.
Oh, we both won.
All right, bet's in. Sorry, all bets are closed. There's a 13. An 11.
I got no choice. I have to hit.
Cards. There's a 17. Card for
Fuck
you.
me. No.
A 20. Win goes to the dealer.
Of course it does. That's because you gobbled down that bag of cocks before they... I told you, when I gave you that bag of dicks, I told you they were strictly for Kid Rock. And you fucking gobbled them all up, you fucking cocksmoker. Alright. Yes, we'll be hairy next time. So now the radio TV's on.
Their partner, where you from?
Oh, I am from Georgia.
Oh, I do love a peach.
Yeah, I'm real American. I sleep with sister and finger shit.
Well, no time to dilly-dally. I've got to solve this case. And I know just how to get into that movie lot.
Hey, Joey, look what I snuck from my old man. Gadzooks, Nancy. He'll be cross for sure. You'll get a serious spanking. Nah, he only spanks Mommy. Why should he enjoy all this refreshing flavor? Yay!
When Daddy's not looking, grab that pack. Don't worry about that cop or hack. Time to smoke, smoke, smoke really good. Gotta be that filter tip. Redwood. Yeah.
I love you forever, Redwood cigarette.
Smoking is just as fun for kids as it is for parents. Have a Redwood.
Don't let adults have all the fun.
Okay. Rightio.
Where are you going?
Look the other way, pal. We're fighting communists.
Oh, I hate these communists.
Anyway, big shout out to everyone that came through. I'm going to jump off now. We've been over 5 hours. So I'm going to jump off. Black Wolf, Jimmy, shout out to you. Shiny, shout out to you, buddy. Miss Gimme, shout out to you. Six Strings. Oh, I didn't see that. Six Strings Gaming said that the only type of thing that should not be teased or joked about is autism and other disabilities. I'm autistic. People of my generation make fun of autistic people. It's really not funny. Well, please don't take this the wrong way, Six Strings, but I've made jokes about autistic people. My son's autistic, and I am as well. So, no. That everything can be made fun of, even people with autism. You're not making fun of the. You can make fun of the. Making fun about a terrible thing is not saying you accept a terrible thing. You know, so there's a big difference there. But big shout out to you anyway, and thank you for that insight. But yeah, I make fun about everything because everything can be made fun about or nothing, and. Yeah, people of your generation, yep, that's my son's generation too. And I've also got grandkids, and one of them's on the spectrum. So, you know, Infinite Phoenix, shout out to you, mate. Shout out to Misty, LSB, Topeka, of course, the wonderful and lovely Topeka. Yeah, I'll catch us all later on. I'm going to jump out now and get some rest. I've been on this for 5 hours. Recap on what we talked about today. Jokes, they're fine. You know, but hey, again, Six Strings, if for some reason, if a joke offends you, then you're right. If you don't like the joke and it offends you, then you're right. But it doesn't mean that, unfortunately, it just doesn't mean that everybody has to agree that you're right. And I'm not saying this about you personally, this is for everybody. Even if I say I don't think a joke is right, that doesn't mean I'm right. If I get offended by something, it doesn't mean I'm right. Offense isn't equaling to being right or wrong. It's just you're offended by something. And if someone says a joke that's deliberately to you about autism and they know you're autistic, then you can say, all right, well, that's a bit unfair. But if they say a joke generally and they have no idea that you're autistic and you take offense to that, well, just know they didn't set out to write that joke specifically to hurt your feelings. Maybe they're a prick. Maybe. That's always a potential. But at the end of the day, yeah, I make jokes about everything, mate. And if you're okay with the jokes that I make about every other thing, then, you know, I'm sorry. If I do make a joke and you think it's, you know, inappropriate or anything like that and it's upsets you or anything, let me know. I will do absolutely nothing about it because that's like, you know, I'm not going to do anything about it. I won't say sorry because I won't apologise for a joke, because if I shouldn't have said it, if I need to apologise, then I shouldn't have said it in the first place. And if I said it in the first place and I'm just going to stand by, well, I said it. But I won't apologise for it. But I don't go out of my way to try and attack people with my jokes or anything like that anyway. There's a difference between telling a joke about a situation and attacking people that have a connection with that particular situation. There's a big, huge difference between the two. You know, nothing more needs to be said about that one. Anyway, I'll catch you everybody later on. Shout out to everybody that came in, and I'll catch you all later on. I'm out. I'm Dot and Dust. See ya.